body call to order. Who would like to do that?
Okay, I'll do it.
Yep.
I call this meeting to order
Add.
at 11:45 a.m.
All right, thank you. So the next order of business, because we do not have a chair, is to elect a chair pro tem. This person will be the chair that serves over this meeting alone. And they will organize, and just as we did yesterday with Ms. Yin, we will do that. So since I'm helping to facilitate this meeting, do we have any nominations, call to motion for any nominations for a chair pro tem? You can nominate yourself, by the way. Somebody has to run the meeting.
District 5 nominee himself.
Okay, are there any other nominations?
District 3 nominates.
Okay. Any other nominations?
District 8 nominates District 5.
Okay, no, District 5's been nominated, so okay.
Ah,
So
no.
all right, any other commissioner? Is there a motion on the floor to close nominations?
Motion to close nominations. I second that motion.
Okay. So just going forward, and Ms. Yin sort of talk about this, for the purposes of our secretary, who is Zim, taking notes, one of the things we want to do when we are, and this is, we will have to, I always have to remember this, when we're doing these things, we do want to say Commissioner Wong making a motion, Commissioner Bensall seconds. Just say your name so that we can record it in minutes. It's just a little bit easier to prevent. Who was that? Okay, so nominations are closed. So those in favor of Commissioner Liu as the chair pro tem, please say aye or raise your hand. Aye and raise your hand, please, up high. Okay. Those in favor of Commissioner, so wait, please do that again so I can recognize Commissioner Pradeep Kumar, Commissioner Mishra, Commissioner Gonzalez Munoz, and Commissioner Janapati. Those in favor of Commissioner Wang as chair pro tem, please raise your hand. Recognize Commissioner M. Luong, Commissioner T. Luong, Commissioner Bensall, Commissioner Mascarenas? No, how do I say it? It's correct. Mascarenas, and Commissioner Singh. Commissioner Wayne will be the chair pro tem by majority vote. All right. So now that is the thing. Here's your run of show. You get to move.
This is the next one.
Move on to our next item of business.
Okay, moving on to item 2, public record.
You don't have any public record.
And moving on to item 3, open forum.
Is there anybody here?
Attendees start on Zoom.
All right.
Item 5, informational children and youth services master plan presented by Ms. Laura Russo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we have 10 minutes remaining in the morning, but good afternoon. Laura Buzo with the city. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, take your time, by the way.
Okay. Laura Buzo with the city of San Jose. I'm in the city manager's office, assistant to the city manager. I'm supporting deputy city manager Angel Rios with the development of the Children Youth Services Master Plan. So I'm happy to be here. Congratulations on your retreat. I know you've been having a lot of amazing work done. So, and thank you for your dedication, your commitment, and just volunteerism to be here and support this work. So thank you. So I'm happy to be here to just kind of give you some background and just kind of a progress report on where we are in developing the Children Youth Services Master Plan for the city of San Jose. I see some old friends. I know I've been here at other commission meetings, and I'm here to also just meet all of you new commissioners, so welcome. So we started work on the Children Youth Services Master Plan. Actually, this came about in June of 2021. As you remember, the pandemic was strong around the world and especially here in our community. And our city council members were really concerned about the impact that the pandemic was having, obviously not only just in general for the health and well-being of our community, but on the impact that it was having on young people, and especially young people from low income, underserved, historically marginalized communities. And in this area, tended to kind of focus kind of in the east side, kind of central San Jose area. We have a lot of young people who just didn't have the resources and supports to really kind of continue their schoolwork, not have it be interrupted, because we realized that there were many young people who didn't have access to internet. And then a lot of their parents were working, jobs that didn't have kind of like the benefits to continue working. They didn't have unemployment benefits. That started impacting their housing and their food. And as you can imagine, then all of that just kind of really impacts their mental health, right? And so city council members were really concerned, recognizing that we had to help young people really not only recover, but also for us as a city to be more proactive and really be more supportive of young people just in general, because we know that, like many of you, you're just like all of us, you're struggling with just kind of your everyday, right? Whether it's schoolwork or family or work or, thinking about your future. And then on top of that, you're thinking about, maybe housing or food or mental health services or other things that may be impacting you or your family or your friends. And so we really wanted to develop this master plan to be more proactive, meaning let's not wait until things happen, right? Let's not wait for another pandemic to affect our young people. Let's really have a plan so that we're supporting young people. So if we have another pandemic, hopefully we won't, we're going to be in a better place, right? And we're going to know exactly what we need to be doing to be able to step in and kind of mitigate to help prevent some more uncomfortable and difficult situations for young people. Anyway, so I wanted to give you that context. So that came about in June of 2021 because they wanted to set aside some money for that next fiscal year. And the fiscal years here in the city, like many public entities, it happens July 1 through June 30th. So that's kind of like our fiscal year instead of a calendar year, right? Calendar year runs from January to December. Our fiscal year runs July 1 through June 30th. So they wanted to make sure that we set aside some money so that we could really start working on this master plan. And what we wanted to do was to make sure that this master plan was developed with community input and by the community, that it's not just the city of San Jose, like me, working in my office, developing it on my own, but that I'm really out in the community and talking to different folks, making sure that the library staff is involved, Parks and Recreation, community-based organizations, families, young people. So we really had to think about how we were going to do this to make sure that it was really reflective of our community, regardless of who you represented. And so we really wanted to make sure that we thought about that and tried to do it effectively. So we had, some planning time to kind of figure out how we were going to go about doing that. But some of the things that we knew for sure, that we wanted to make sure that we recognized and that we also kind of aligned our work, because we know the city's already doing a lot of great work, but we're not always kind of connecting it right? So we wanted to make sure that all these things that were happening in the city, that we really kind of tried to put all of these things together to make sure that we had a quality master plan that was aligned to all of this work. And so, as I mentioned, this idea of the children youth master plan came about in the mayor's June 2021 budget message. I came on board in January of 2022. It just takes a little time to, get the position opened and to hire. So I came along in January of 2022, and then started working with some of the previous youth commissioners, the library, Parks and Rec, and other community-based organizations. And so, again, some of the things that we wanted to make sure that we took into account was all the great work that was already happening. We wanted to make sure that we were recognizing the Bill of Rights for Children and Youth. As you know, the City Council just adopted the revised Bill of Rights, which is now the Children and Young Adults Bill of Rights. So we'll be transitioning to that. We also wanted to make sure that we were following and aligning the work of the educational digital literacy strategy that the library has been doing a lot of work around. That really looks at kind of the cradle to career of programs and services, making sure that they're high quality, making sure that staff are being trained, making sure that they have the resources and supports to create some quality programs for the community. We also wanted to make sure that we looked at the work of the Youth Empowerment Alliance strategic plan. And this was previously the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force. The Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force, the Youth Empowerment Alliance now really focuses on young people and their families who are struggling with very difficult situations, whether it's gang involvement, the juvenile justice system, welfare supports, those kinds of things. And so making sure that, again, we were looking at the work that they were doing. Of course, we want to make sure that we have a racial equity lens, that we're not looking at the community with just one lens, right? Because every community is different, whether you're in West San Jose or East San Jose or North or South. We also wanted to make sure that we were considering the history of the community, of the people who live here, the generational history. So also taking into that account. And then we also were able to set aside $10.5 million of the American Rescue Plan funds to support children youth services. So we had some support from City Council to be able to set aside some money to help support some of these youth initiatives. We also have a San Jose Education Initiative that was passed by City Council some time ago, that all of our city programs we have to follow. And then also, right as a pandemic was kind of starting to decline a little bit, the city formed a COVID-19 recovery task force. And the task force was made up of 50 plus people from the community that met almost, I think, over a year to, again, kind of think about what was the impact of COVID in our community, not only to families, but even just the economy. And then what can we as a city and as a community do together to help our community recover and kind of bounce back from that. And so, again, wanted to make sure that we took that into account as part of our planning process. So the overarching goals and vision for the Children and Youth Services Master Plan is we want to create and expand pathways and supports from cradle to career for all San Jose children and youth and young adults from birth through age 24. And you may ask, and we have been asked, like, well, why 24? Why not 18, as soon as you graduate from high school? And the reason is because we know that young people need supports, even if they're 19, 20, even if you decided that you're going to go to college, or maybe you haven't decided what you're going to do, whether you're in high school and haven't quite figured out your career path or just your future in general. We feel that young adults still need supports, whether it's through mentoring, coaching, or just knowing what career opportunities are out there, what kind of colleges or trade programs are out there. So again, we really wanted to think beyond just 18. And the vision is that all children, youth, and young adults, particularly those most vulnerable, have increased opportunities to gain 21st century skills that lead to better health outcomes, sustainable employment, and a competitive living wage so that they can live and thrive in this community. So we know that San Jose is the epicenter of Silicon Valley, and we know how difficult it is to live in this community. But we also value the diversity and just the richness of this community. And so we want to make sure that all young people in San Jose have an opportunity to live and work here if that's what they choose. And we're finding, unfortunately, that oftentimes young people and their families are being pushed out because they're not able to afford housing and all the other things that come with living here. And so we want to make sure that we're giving everyone the opportunity to continue living here because they're assets of our community. So as we began kind of designing the master plan, we wanted to make sure, as I mentioned before, we wanted to make sure that we were looking at all the things that the city offers, all the different things that are happening in the city, to make sure that we're knowledgeable of what's happening, but also being able to identify what are some gaps, what are some things that maybe we haven't addressed or aren't addressing and we need to consider. And what are some things that we're doing really well that maybe we want to expand or enhance. And so again, just kind of doing that asset mapping that we call, kind of understanding all the different programs and initiatives that are happening here in the city. We want to be able to recommend some policy priorities or investments out of this process. So as we hear from community, we want to be able to tell the city council, this is what we're hearing from young people, this is what we're hearing from families, from city staff, and from our partners, and to be able to give those recommendations to city council. Again, we want to operationalize the Bill of Rights. We've done a great job of kind of like posting it, and we reference it once in a while, but we really wanted to make sure that the master plan really reflected the Bill of Rights. And so as we kind of begin designing it, thinking about, okay, what are all the pieces of the Bill of Rights and what are we as a city doing to make sure that we're implementing, operationalizing the Bill of Rights. We want to make sure we have long-term and sustainable impact and measurable outcomes. We want to make sure that whatever it is that we're going to be proposing in the Children and Youth Services Master Plan, that we're going to have impact in the community. We don't want to just say, oh, we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and then 2 or 3 years down the road, we can't tell if we had an impact or not. We're not seeing the change, for example, in how young people feel about living in the city or how they're doing in school or how they're feeling. So we want to be able to, in 2 or 3 years, to be able to say, yes, this is what we had intended, and yes, it's happening. We're having an impact in the community. We want to have a continuum of support, meaning that, you know, from cradle to career, there's a lot of significant milestones that happen throughout that lifespan. And so we want to be able to provide resources and just supports to help children and young people during the development of their milestones, whether it's learning how to read, right, through our library, or thinking about college opportunities or different careers, or wanting some after-school tutoring to help them, you know, with their SAT, whatever that is, to be thinking about all the different things that that young person may need as they develop. And then we also want to develop an integrated service delivery system. And so this means that what we want to be able to build as part of the master plan is that if you're a young person, for example, and you go to the Seven Trees Library and you end up talking to one of the librarians there, and you say that, you know, your family just learned that they're gonna have to move out of their apartment and you're struggling to find another place to live, that library staff will know how to access resources to support you and your family. That's gonna take some work. We understand that this is a long-term commitment because it's not an easy process. We need to be able to identify what are all those resources available, and then how do we as a city kind of train and support our staff so that we can help families connect to those resources and supports. Because we know that oftentimes those services aren't really easy to access, especially for families that are working long hours, or maybe they don't speak the language, or maybe they just don't understand the process. We want to be able to help our staff identify what those resources are and then be able to connect young people and or their families to those resources and supports. Because we know that a young person can't be successful at school if they're worrying about what's happening at home, right? If their parent just got laid off and you know, they're trying to find a job so that they can pay next month's rent. And so it's those kinds of things that we want to make sure that we develop what we call a safety net. And so as part of this process, we develop committees and advisories. I know it's a little small, but it's I believe it's in your packet, or you'll have a soft copy of it. But of course, we follow the guidance and direction from the mayor, from the city council. But we're also working with consultants because, again, we know that we can't do this work alone. And then we have our different committees. So we have city staff involved. We've had community members. We've had over 120 organizations that have been part of this process. We've had meetings with over 60 different folks, from parents, young people, to superintendents of schools, to principals, to city staff involved. Again, I've been coming to just about every youth commission over the past year just to update you, to get your input and feedback. And then we've also had some youth advisories. So us going out to different communities just to say, hey, this is what we're doing. Let's hear what your input and feedback is, or what do you think about this? And then we've done the same thing with parents and caregivers in the community. And so over the last 9 months, we've engaged about a little over 1,000 participants through different activities. We've had focus groups. All of you helped us host, was it 2 youth town halls? We had 1 in person, which we had an excellent turnout. Thank you to all of you at Independence Library. And then we also had a virtual one. And then we also had focus groups with young people from middle school all the way to young adults. We've had parents and caregivers. And we say parent caregivers because we know families come in different configurations. We had grandparents come to some focus groups. We had maybe aunts or uncles who were raising, you know, their extended relatives. So that's why we say parents and caregivers. And then again, we had focus groups with different organizations, with school districts, with city staff. And then we also just went out in the community and just talked to people like, hey, this is what we're doing. What do you think? Give us some feedback. Who else should we be talking to? And so in all of that, we had about, like I said, over 1,000 participants. And then between January and February, we had a citywide survey where we had nearly 2,000 responses. We had 2 different surveys, one for youth and one for parents and caregivers. And again, you were all super helpful in helping us get that out. We did it in both paper format and then also did like a QR code that you could do just on your phone. And the survey we had available in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. And then same thing with our focus groups. We had them in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. And just to give you kind of just a quick demographics, we're pretty proud of who participated in our surveys. Focus groups was a little harder because we didn't have like an actual form that folks filled out. But in the survey, we did ask some questions around race and ethnicity because we wanted to make sure that the survey was as close as possible representative of who San Jose is. And so we feel pretty good about the diversity of the demographics of both our young people and our parents and caregivers. And it doesn't all total 100% because people could mark more than 2 responses. So if you happen to total up, it won't total 100%. And so what came out of all of these responses and conversations that we had with young people, these were the themes. These were the things that just came across as important to the community, whether it was middle school students, college students, or community members or parents. These were the 4 or 7 theme areas that just consistently seem to be important for all of us. And the first one is about meaningful and sustaining jobs, learning and empowerment, mental wellness and belonging, housing access and security, childcare and family supports, connected neighborhoods, and safe communities. And some of the other things that just kept bubbling up again consistently in all the different conversations that we have was the importance of collaboration, accessibility and inclusion, and equity. And then some of the things that kind of just stood out again as we started just really analyzing the data and the responses, some of the comments that just, again, were pretty consistent is that the master plan, as part of this work, we need to make sure that we focus on building meaningful relationships and connections between adults and youth, that we ensure that our resources, such as education, communication, awareness pieces are provided in all 3. We call them threshold languages. That means like the most common languages in the community. And that we provide them in different platforms, whether it's web, email, radio, word of mouth. We know that again, we have a diverse community and we all kind of hear and learn about information in different ways. And so making sure that we were sensitive to that. It was equally important that you should be co-creators and have a voice at advocacy, planning, and decision-making tables. And that we align what we're doing with the master plan to other work that's happening in the city, in the county, as well as just in general in this area, in the region. And again, that each goal and strategy should also be driven and aligned with the core values that I mentioned earlier about inclusion, collaboration, equity. And then what we did is we created a community voice report that has all the data that we gathered from our focus groups in our surveys, and I'll make sure that Megan gives you a copy of that. That has more detailed information about what we heard from the community. And so the themes, again, that just we heard just consistently, again, whether it was focus groups, surveys, or different conversations, was around meaningful and sustaining jobs. And basically the goal around this is that San Jose has a robust and inclusive community to employer connections that provide access and equitable opportunity for youth and families to thrive throughout all their career and job stages in the pathway of their choosing. The other theme is around learning and empowerment. San Jose is known as a community that supports equitable and quality opportunities and spaces that allow youth and their families of all ages to develop, grow, and thrive academically, professionally, and socially. The theme around mental wellness and belonging, community members have awareness of and can easily access an abundance of mental health services and resources that are tailored to meet the diversity of community and cultural needs. Housing access and security. All San Jose children, youth, and their families have access to and ability to connect to sustainable, affordable, and quality housing that best meets their needs. And then around childcare and family supports, all San Jose families are able to find and choose culturally responsive, affordable, inclusive, accessible, and quality childcare in settings that support a living wage for childcare providers and caregivers. And the theme around connected neighborhoods and safe communities, we kind of combine these because there was a lot of overlap. But basically the goal around this is that all San Jose communities and neighborhoods are safe, beautiful, and abundantly resourced places where youth and family voices are prioritized in the development and provision of community resources. And this is a lot to see, but basically what we wanted to demonstrate with this diagram is that the city of San Jose is important to the community, is that we provide essential services, whether it's the library, whether it's lights on the street, painting crosswalks, obviously police department, parks and rec. We have an equal role in this community, just as the county does, just as the schools do. And so we need to make sure that we're connected, that we're all working together to serve the needs of young people and their families. And I'll just go through this quickly, but one of the things that I mentioned that we're also working on as part of the master plan is this integrated service delivery system. And this is where I was talking about making sure that we're thinking about all of the needs that young people have, not just doing well in school. You know, do they need mental health services? Do they need access to food? Do they need housing? Do they need after school tutoring? Do they need childcare or after school care, right? And so as part of that process, as I mentioned, we're developing this integrated service delivery system. And so we have just kind of done our assessment and analysis in our needs priorities. And then we're going to be moving in the fall to actually designing it. So again, because our vision is that if you're a young person or your parents are accessing the library and there's just an identified need that comes up, whatever that may be, we know that we can't provide it, but we want to be able to help you and your family connect to those services. And so, again, there's a lot of work that we still need to do around that, but we have some great staff and everyone understands the importance of this. Again, because we want to make sure that we're supporting families along the way, not waiting until another pandemic hits. And so just to give you just kind of a quick overview, I said a lot. We've done a lot of work over the past year, just engaging in the community, being out there, talking, listening, getting information. And so really this past 2-3 months, we've been kind of like just collecting all this data, kind of trying to make sense of it, trying to understand it. And also what we've done is we've kind of like synthesized it, right? Kind of sifted through all of it. And then we went back to community and said, hey, does this make sense? Is this really what we heard? Is this what this means? And so that's been really helpful to go back to the community to say, hey, does this make sense? And I came at the last commission meeting where I presented some of the findings and was able to get some feedback from all of you. And so again, we just kind of spent the last 2 months making sure that what we captured is really, or what we think we heard is really what the community was saying. And then right now we're just writing the master plan. And so our goal is to have a draft probably the next month and then finalize it September, early October is kind of our timeline. And so one of the important pieces to the master plan is that this can't be a master plan that only I own, right? It's not my master plan. It's really a master plan for all of us, for the youth commission, for the library staff, for our community partners. And so Megan and I and Lizzie, we wanted to make sure that when I came and I spoke to all of you at your retreat, that we hopefully feel like this is going to be a master plan for all of us, and that we can continue working together in this next year to see how we make this master plan come to life. Because as we mentioned earlier, one of the key pieces of the master plan is that this has to be co-created by young people, right? I haven't been a young person in quite a long time, and we know that how you grow up now is very different from when I was in high school or college. And so we want to make sure that this master plan really reflects your voices, and that you are giving feedback and making some decisions around, yes, this is what we are hearing, this is our experience. And so we felt it was really important for us to be here together, so that as you start thinking about your work plan, you can think about how you can help us support the continued design of the master plan, but also how we implement it in the community. And so I know I said a lot and gave a lot of information, but do you have any questions? And I'm happy to go through back to any slides if you want any clarifying questions.
I think first we need to move to public comment.
Okay.
If there is any.
Okay, is there any public comment?
No, there are not.
Okay, then we'll move on to commission discussion.
Yeah, questions. If you do have any questions, raise your hand. Teacher will call on you. And then, sorry, Commissioner Wang will call on you.
I guess I saw a little bit about this in one of the slides, but I'm curious if you could like speak more on how the master plan affects like youth who might be experiencing housing instability and homelessness.
Yes, and so as you saw here, that was one of the theme areas, and again, just it was consistent, right? And it was different kind of housing concerns. Like some of the housing concerns was, yes, I have housing, but I could be evicted at any time, right? Or my rent could go up, and if my rent goes up, then I'm not going to be able to pay it. Or we have multiple family members living in one household, or I have a great home and my family's working, but you know, if my family gets laid off, that can make it difficult, right? So there was a lot of different concerns and issues that came up around housing. And so what we've done, once we kind of, again, sifted through all the data and information that we got, when this popped out, housing access and security, is that we have a housing department in the city of San Jose. The county also has a housing department. They call it the Housing Authority. And I don't know if you know, but the county actually gets a lot more money for housing supports and resources than the city does. It really is technically the responsibility of the county to support housing issues, concerns. And so what we did is, once this, again, kind of just popped out as an important issue for our community, is that we connected with those two offices to say, this is what we're hearing. What are some of the resources and supports that you already have? And then, you know, what are some other ways that we could work together so that we can make sure that this continues to be kind of an important topic, right? Unfortunately, housing in the Bay Area and Silicon Valley is just an issue, right? And there's a lot of smart people working on it. And so we know that we're not going to be able to solve it, but how do we make sure that we're connected and they continue to hear the concerns that young people have about housing, whether it's for them now, but even thinking about like your future, right? If you go off to college and want to come back to San Jose and live here, you have to think about, well, what is rent going to be like? Or what if I want to buy a house, right? So it's all those kinds of things that we're talking to these different housing advocates to really make sure that we're connecting and understanding what are the different efforts that are taking place. So again, we're not going to solve it, but we want to make sure that we continue to elevate the voice of young people as they're thinking about policies around housing and support services. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was truly informative. One of the questions that I had was around, one of the theme areas is meaningful and sustaining jobs. And so I was sort of wondering like what constitutes a meaningful and sustaining job and maybe how that differs from someone who's in high school or working to support his family and someone who's just graduating.
Yes. And we kind of wanted to keep it a little open because we know that not everyone's going to have like one straight track, right? Not everyone's going to go to college and then maybe medical school and then become a doctor, right? And so we wanted to keep it broad enough because we also wanted to make sure that we're valuing the different career opportunities that young people may want to explore or having an opportunity to explore. And so we kept it open, but some of the things that we've talked about is the importance of internships, the importance of mentorships, being able to have more kind of work experience when you're in high school, especially if you're not exposed to those different careers, right? We have a lot of young people who think maybe just being one, that there's only one career option because that's what they've been told, right? But we want to expose them to all the different career opportunities. And then we have some young people who have great talents and maybe college isn't for them, but they have some great talents that they can put into a career opportunity that maybe they hadn't thought about. And so we want to keep it broad enough, but again, give young people the opportunity to be exposed to different careers, different educational tracks, to just, again, help them explore, maybe understand a little bit more about their interests and then think about some future goals that they may have.
If nobody has anything else to say, okay, Commissioner Jonathan.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. So last year in our budget letter to the mayor, we were also talking a lot about transportation services. So I was wondering, where does that really fall into all of this?
Yes, that's one thing that we'll probably continue to flesh out a little bit more. So I don't know that you know, but VTA, the Valley Transportation Authority, is actually not part of the city of San Jose. It's a different public entity. And so we would have to continue to kind of figure out how do we support young people with transportation. You're right, even in our focus groups, in our conversations with young people, it's a huge issue, right? Whether even just, going from high school to maybe a part-time job or going from school to maybe a tutoring program, it consistently came up. And so that's one of those topics that we'll have to continue exploring and figuring out like creative ways to help young people around transportation, especially because we don't have authority around those resources and budget. But yeah, thank you.
I also had a comment.
Yes.
Susan. I really want to thank you so much for all of your presentations last year and even our retreat today. So I wanted to say, extend my thank you. And also going back to that graphic design with all of the connections in the city, I wanted to say that is like really pretty.
Oh,
and I really like the design. But yeah, thank you again.
Thank you.
And I'm excited to see what the new commissioners think of your master plan.
Thank you. And I'm committed to continue coming to the commission meetings and just kind of staying abreast of the work that you're doing to make sure that we're also kind of paying attention, right? Because we know things change, right? And you may be thinking about a certain work plan now, but we never know what's happening 3 or 6 months down the road. So I want to make sure that I'm also paying attention to the work that you're doing and just, the sharing of your experiences and knowledge so that we can make sure even after the master plan is designed, that we continue to modify and edit it because we want to make sure that this is a live document, meaning that we're constantly paying attention, updating, in informing what we're doing with the master plan. We don't want it to just be a document that we put aside in the shelf somewhere and, have to dust it off every 2 or 3 years, but it's something that we're constantly reflecting on and saying, okay, is this still important to young people today? So thank you for that.
Okay, so moving on to item 5B, municipal code A and bylaws presented by Ms. Megan Lloyd.
When you're ready to, sorry, one moment. When you're ready to go, Lizzie. Whenever you're ready to leave, if you want to hang out for a minute. Okay, thank you. I am going to share, is that, I can take over. I believe in your packets, you guys should have a copy of this. It should be on the right-hand side, I believe. Should have a copy of the commission bylaws template. Sorry. And you will have two copies, I believe, in your packets. If you don't have a packet, again, I'm so sorry. Share with your neighbor. You'll have 2 copies of the commission bylaw. If you don't have 2 copies, here's the deal, you guys. You genuinely forget if I printed 2, or did I print 1? I printed 1. Okay, sounds good. You have 1 copy of the commission bylaws template in your folder. All right, so the 1 copy you have is the adjusted copy, but I'm going to go over the other copy with you really quick. So this you can find on our website. If you don't know our website, it is sjpl.org/youth-commission. And that is where you find a copy of our bylaws template. Now, this bylaws template is pretty generic. It is the one that was originally provided to us in the Council 04 policy. Policy 04 is the policy which governs it's the consolidating policy governing boards and commissions. So you can scroll through this bad boy. I highly recommend giving it a read. Because there are important things on here, like the way you can interact in an election, which is coming up next year. These are all more things now. Gift policies, etc. At the very end, they have a template for the bylaws, and our bylaws look pretty much exactly like this template. But we are a more unique commission. I say we. I'm going to say we. Are a more unique commission, and there's a couple extra things that we do that I am going to recommend you guys look at adopting a change. Now, to change your bylaws, it does have to be approved as the commission by the commission as a whole, and it will have to go to the rules and open governing committee, or it's some combination of those words. I always call it like open rules, and I know that's wrong. And they are a committee that basically, they will approve the work plan and they will approve any changes to the bylaws, or they will say, no, that won't do. So the section, Article 1, general provisions is the same. Where the changes come in, I do have a small grammar change in section 202. Instead of saying his or her, we will say theirs. And then the main change is going to be Article 3 and then section 205. So the recommendation that I have for the commission is that you update this template, this bylaws, to be more consistent with the work that is done by the commissioners. So the original template, Article 3 was its own chair pro tem article. It didn't need its own article. I recommend you move it underneath the Article 2, which specifically talks about the role of chair and vice chair. It says their powers and duties, what happens if there's a vacancy, and I think it can address the chair pro tem in that capacity. And I suggest changing Article 3 to include 2 more officer positions because the work that you do is more unique. And those would be a communications officer and an outreach officer. If you want, I can read aloud. I'm not going to read aloud everything. The terms of office, the vacancies of office in the election behave very similarly to the chair and vice chair, where the difference is in section 303 is the communications officer, their powers and duties. They will have the following. A, develop, write, and edit communications and marketing materials, blog posts, social media content, reports, etc. B, regularly check in and support commissioners in promoting events, opportunities, and resources. C, with staff, help maintain a strategic, professional, and active presence on the Youth Commission's social media platforms. D, in the event of and during the absence of the outreach officer, they shall have to perform all the other powers and duties of the outreach officer. And E, the communications officer shall perform all other duties which may be required by the City of San Jose Municipal Code, by ordinance of the City of San Jose, or by resolution or order of the commission consistent with municipal code and the ordinance of the City of San Jose. Basically means you're also do commissioner work. Okay. Section 304, an outreach officer. They will have the following powers and duties. A, develop an annual outreach plan for the commission, present the plan for approval to the commission with staff, and coordinate assignment of responsibility. B, regularly check in and support commissioners in the development and implementation of their outreach goals. C, help acquire information, identify potential opportunities to collaborate and or network and engage peers at each community, government, or other events in which the commission, as a full body or as a committee, is involved. So it means that there's only 4. E, in the event during the absence of the communications officer, they shall have to perform all the other powers and duties of the communications officer. And they also will adhere to the other powers of the municipal code. So that is the recommendation that I have. It is, yeah, I highly recommend you guys also look through it. And if you want to make recommended changes, you can defer to the chair and raise your hand, and the chair can call on you if you want to make changes. I am here for questions.
Okay, opening it up to public comment,
Okay, there's no problem.
then the floor is open for commission discussion.
So I was wondering if in the communications role, the power and duties, does that include making forms and stuff to send out to commissioners for social media, or is that part of outreach?
I think that falls underneath the part A, develop, write, edit communications, marketing materials, blog posts, social media content, reports, etc.
Okay,
If you did want to edit this and put in forms, surveys, you probably could, but I think etc. allows for some vagueness, but that is a recommendation. But again, you all, this is language, so let me, this original language came from the San Francisco Youth Commission that I adjusted and tailored quite a bit. This is suggested language. You guys don't have to like or accept this. You guys can also be like, no, it should be one person. So I definitely consider that.
For section 304, an outreach officer, I noticed that at the bottom, there's part A, which was deleted. Just a general question as to why that was.
So this is a track change. I don't know how familiar you are with the way that this works. This is how we work a lot. If you read that specific track change, it is a track change for what was the pro tem, and it's basically striking that specific language, meaning that would not exist there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, it is on the Google Drive. I will share. I edited it on Google because I know that's how you all work. I gave you guys all I don't want to open up my email since we're recording right now.
Yeah.
I will share it later with you and Anya.
I can,
I'll open up
maybe
Lauren's motions.
What? Okay, thank you.
Any motions?
So just so you all know, sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you, Chairman. You will have to vote as an action item for this to be approved. I forget, does it need to be, can it be approved today and we'll, yeah, no, it has to be approved at the next meeting, right? The way with the work plan, and then it will go to,
Yes,
Yes.
it will go to, because you're changing some of the items in the
Correct, yeah.
bylaws, it will have to go to NSC and then rules and then council.
yes. So this needs to be, it will have to go youth commission and the city
Yes.
council, yes. So it needs to be voted on to go onto the consent calendar for the next youth commission meeting, if you want to make those changes.
Any motions on the floor to move it to the next consent calendar?
District 5 moves to move to the next consent calendar.
Any seconds? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Right. And then another thing that I just want to go over is just an update on where we're at in altering and changing the particular functions, powers, and duties portion of the municipal code for the youth commission. I touched briefly on the idea of compensation yesterday, but this is specific to the language around the functions and powers and duties. And the reason why this is important to know and think about as we move into writing our work plan. That's why, as we move into writing our work plan, it will frame the ideas behind the goals and motivations of our work plan. So we can make this a little bit bigger. So in this bold italic, everything that's bold and italic are the changes that will be made or that are being cross-referenced to city council for adoption.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you for my.
And it reads as such. The purpose of this commission is to collect all information relevant to advising the city council and mayor on the effects of legislative policies, needs, assessments, priorities, programs, and budgets concerning the children and youth of San Jose. Before city council takes final action on any matter that falls within the scope of the commission's adopted work plan or the City of San Jose Children and Youth Master Plan, which was just presented on, the city manager's office shall refer the matter to the youth commission for comment and recommendation. This referral requirement shall not apply to any matter where immediate action, by the city council is necessary to protect the public interest. And then the functions, powers, and duties that are within the accordance of the adopted work plan are A, to foster greater involvement of youth in municipal government and civic affairs, especially in the city of San Jose. Notice this, especially in the city of San Jose. B, to study, review, evaluate, advise, and submit recommendations to the city council or the city manager pertaining to any problems, opportunities, and concerns of youth as they relate to municipal policies, programs, or projects of the city. C, to conduct forums and sponsor events on topics included in the adopted work plan in which various governmental and non-governmental agencies and other community organizations may be invited to participate to the extent that the commission deems such desirable. D, to select and designate members of the commission, youth, or other person to act as commission representatives to all other city boards and commissions and to agencies, authorities, boards, and commissions to the city has participated in creating in conformance with guidelines approved by the city council. And E, to make such recommendations to the council as commission may find necessary and desirable to carry out for the purposes of which the commission is established. B and C were adjusted to be more inclusive in the type and the scope of work. And I think F was dropped, which said you guys had to do something about Union Government Day, which is not an official thing and nobody does it. And it has been a struggle, but you can conduct forums, sponsor events on topics included. And I only have so much room in the slide. So that is an update as to what is going forward. So when we are creating our adopted work plan, it is important to understand that the scope of that will determine the types of things that we work on throughout the year, the types of things that will be referred to the commission. We need to be cognizant in order to be effective. I'm done with my part. If you would like to ask for questions.
Floor is open for commission discussion. And the floor is open to motion to move it to the next meeting.
No, you don't have to. This one is just an information. Yeah, this is just the FYI. So think about this as we're working. Okay. So she just stepped out of the room, but Lizzie was going to lead the next part of our work plan workshop. Now I guess I can get started. Okay, I'll get started. So, keep thinking of here for keys. All right, so as a reminder that as we get into this and we're debating all of the stuff we want to work on, that we need to be cognizant of these agreements, and then the honor code is in place as we're working. I mean, it should always be in place, but you know, it's in place while we're working. So the goals today with our work plan workshop is to develop concrete specific policy priorities for the year within a work plan on how to achieve these priorities. In years past, did I print out and give you guys the old work plan? I did. You noticed we had 5 different objectives, and then we had a bunch of some openly vague items there with some dates to do it. And we just kind of updated those as we went on. But understanding the new scope of our work plan this year and the way that the commission can be used in much more of a, what's the word? Focused capacity. Yeah, I was gonna say where we will have stuff referred to council, where it is not a performative body so much as a true advisory body. I think we need to be very, we need to really think about what are the things we want to focus on. If we were to say something like, climate change, well, what does that mean? Is it greenhouse gas effect? Is it electric vehicles? Is it, does it deal with transportation? Does it deal with environmental services? Is it exclusive to recycling, food waste? Like what does that mean? There's a lot of specifics to it. And you remember that diagram specifically that Chair Wang pointed out, there are a lot of moving parts. There is everybody working on something. And it's just a matter of being able to work and input our voice in those parts and be effective in that capacity. So if we're thinking about transportation, for instance, the city has a plan called Vision Zero, which is about getting to school safely, making sure people can cross streets safely, things like that. Perhaps if that is something that we deem important, and we're going to do a big brain dump here, we kind of focus in on that. And that means anytime something comes up about Vision Zero or to deal with that, they would have to refer to the Youth Commission. They would receive comment and recommendation. They would partner in a space where we could maybe provide suggestion and policy recommendations. So what I have included in your packets is the old work plan, the budget letter from last year that Don wrote. And then I included several policies or policy work, I shall call it policy work, that was included last year within, they were all passed through the commission at some point. Now, one of the first things that we're going to do kind of a design thinking collaborative process. We need to determine the what, these big ideas. So we've spent this past weekend hearing about different things about leadership, about the city of San Jose, about the city and youth master plan and those priorities, about equity, diversity, and inclusion, and kind of going over, you know, we also have our own lived experiences and ideas that are important to bring to the table. So now it's time to really kind of hone and develop what is that going to be? And then we'll break it down. We'll get a little bit more specific. We'll collate and gather all of those big ideas together. We'll break up into groups. We'll evaluate. This is why if you have laptops, phones, etc., it's very helpful. I have printed versions of our budget summit last year, which goes over some of the largest departments in the city and the work that they do, specific programs that you guys can evaluate. We'll break into groups and we'll get what, but more specifically. Then we'll do some voting on what are those topics that we really want to focus on and work towards this year. And we'll break down how. So that's how this policy workshop is going to go. I have to do this way. Okay, what? Everyone stand up. Grab a pen, grab some Post-its. I don't know where the yellow Post-its went. The greenish yellow. No, there were yellow, see the yellowy green? If you don't have it, crack them in half and you guys can share. Oh, that poor camera just saw like me bent over it. Okay. So first things first, we are going to do a brain dump. Turn on some music. We'll spend the next 15 minutes. Think back to everything that inspired you this weekend. Think back to when you applied for this position. What did you want to do? What were your goals? They can be very large, be very specific, but think back about the stuff that really inspired you and motivated you to be in this role. What have you heard from your friends and peers? You know, what's important to youth in the city? And really, what do you think we should focus on this year? And it can be one word. The goal is quantity right now. Not necessarily, doesn't have to be like, I think we should develop it. No, we'll get to there. This is quantity. And we are going to, because this is not clause. We're going to put them all on those two. There's no rhyme or reason, no particular order. Those are just what we're going to use to like stick everything. And put it, idea, a sticky note. And just start slapping them on there. And then the other thing I want you to do, those policies in your folders, look through some of those. Maybe there are some past ideas, some past policy work that you might want to still follow up on if something you worked on, something you might, oh, this is interesting, I want to resurrect this. And then we do have the budget summaries if you want to start taking a look at those, but that will be a little bit more when we get to the more specific what. Okay, one idea, one sticky note. Let's start with the brain dump. Just put it on there. I can get another big sticky poster if we run out. I want you guys to get started. Go. We'll start music. we are going to collate these in some kind of order. So gather round. This will, which color do we want?
Blue. Pink.
Dark or light blue? Dark blue it is. Okay. All right, so we're going to start putting them in some kind of order. So I will be asking, okay. It's okay, we're gonna read them up. Addressing socioeconomic divide. So that's like, it's like classified something. Keeping youth informed about affecting them. Youth participatory budget summit. I feel like it goes right. Housing homelessness. Thank you, Ms. Megan. No, we are. You need to go do other things? Yeah, we're not open yet. I'm so sorry. It's all good. Okay, keep doing your meeting. Okay. It is important that our voices are heard. Yes, so that's very much about keeping youth informed and that is part of, youth participatory budgeting, making sure they know what you're like. We'll try to period poverty. Housing, youth homelessness, back over here to housing. Drug abuse and underage drinking. Youth homelessness. Vision Zero. Pavement life, kind of transportation, mental health. I'm gonna put substance abuse and mental health in here and resources. I understand if you guys are like, no, because they are separate, but there is a bridge that connects them. So we can do that. Educational resources. I feel like this can kind of be a socioeconomic divide. Free Clipper card. We'll put that in transportation. Environmental services to all districts. Got it. So environment. So let's go over here for environment. Running down this right here. Safety. My mental health. People speeding in residential areas. Mental health fair. Anti-homelessness architecture. Definitely think that goes here. It might be something that's a little bit there, but it's very important. Youth public transportation, very important. Green spaces and encouraging youth to maintain them. Do environmental services. You kind of see what I'm doing here. And if any of you guys are like, no, that doesn't do it, please shout out. I think it's the word mental. Gender neutral bathroom, neutral. That there. Sexual assault, accountability. There. Safe, safety, security, minorities, feel like those come together. Education access, educational resources.
And the topic is
What? This is not.
it's not the same well. We got the slides.
I learned anything. So educational resources are going to go over here. And access those resources. Digital divide. Okay, let's hope that we open. Doesn't say them, but.
Yeah. I'll think of something.
Disability friendly infrastructure updates on old children. Spread awareness and increase engagement in existing youth resources. Yeah, I feel like we need a civic engagement one that we don't really have yet. We just have a generalized safety one.
Yeah.
Is that civic engagement?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're paying attention. Somebody else wants to do this, you're more than welcome to, by the way. I don't need to do this. I highly recommend somebody else do this. Somebody else will do this. T, you want to do this? Okay.
Multiple people can do it.
Yeah, if you guys want to jump in and start doing this.
Everybody.
And I highly recommend if you want to start, writing titles like this one's civic engagement over here. That's yes. But you guys saw what I was doing. So you replicate it here, more pens.
You want me to title like?
If you want to title each section, yes, you have to title. Okay. Are you cold?
Yeah. Since I've gone into mine. We have NDs everywhere. I think it's called.
Yeah, what is that?
Thank you. You're brilliant.
Wait, where's all this?
I saw her taking those.
Oh,
Yeah. No. I think. We're lobbying for a.
No, I will inform you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What?
Public transport.
Someone asked me this.
Yeah, pink tax.
Pink tax?
Safety, public-
Why don't you ask some of
Oh, wait.
your fellow commissioners who identify?
Is it a thing that women do women?
Yeah.
Bye, Nate.
Bye.
Not just mental, just like anything.
Oh, yeah.
Not related.
So, thank you.
Oh, by the way, environment.
Housing was
You're in education.
There's housing.
Oh, move housing. Driving and voting. Where's voting?
Where's you?
I got it.
What's that? Here. What does that say?
Want a Band-Aid?
Is there jobs? Jobs?
Every time
What the?
Oh, yeah, make it. And then.
I did. Well, I needed, yeah. Because last time it was me doing it at the very last minute.
Yeah.
But no, I decided I wanted nicer ones. I knew all the names ahead of time and give them more money to play with this year. And the other ones like slide out and they got all scratched and everything. Because I got plaques already for City Council chambers and they changed all the technology in it. So now there's digital plaques.
Yeah.
So you guys are gonna get your big plaques that
Video.
can't really hanging on your wall. or something.
No, this is where we should have ordered.
Yeah.
Can I ask you for a favor now? Sorry, more favors. Where are those? Yeah. Can you?
Well, This is the red line page.
No, this one.
Yeah.
No.
This is the red. Oh, my God.
Alright. So how are we doing?
I think it's pretty much done.
Okay, so what who wants to kind of read off each of our things?
I think one page.
There you go.
Okay, I'll do this page. So pure poverty,
You don't have to read them all, you just
Okay.
kind of read the main topics.
removing pig tax, menstrual product availability, also kind of increasing school safety for minorities. Underneath mental health, we have increased mental health resources, youth well-being, drug and alcohol awareness. As for safety and sexual assault, we have drunk driving, sexual assault, parts accountability, focusing on gang violence, stopping youth incarceration, discussing rehabilitation and reform. Underneath that, also kind of establishing the neutral bathroom methods are kind of good in probably a variety of these too. Anonymous tips to schools for community and safety, and also addressing crime. Underneath civic engagement, we have driving and voting age changes, allowing 17-year-olds to vote in district and municipal elections, connecting youth with the government, youth participatory registration programs, keeping youth informed, more policies on spreading awareness about state bills and municipal bills, that they can send letters of support, connecting directly to youth, conducting a state of the youth within the city today, and services and programs to educate youth on climate change, drug use, etc. And then underneath transportation, we have Vision Zero, pavement, bike, something like that, research, public transportation challenges and development, reducing transportation pollution, funding of electric vehicles, and also people's speeding. And then underneath housing, which is a really big one, guaranteed income program citywide for reduction of homelessness, anti-homelessness architecture, getting rid of it, more navigation center, focused on the housing, home get as much help as we can, support system for impoverished minority youth, more educational resources, affordable housing, and focusing on the rest of families, rent control. I can't read the rest, but I'm sure it will be the same.
Yeah. All right, who wants to read the next couple ones?
I can do that. So under education career, we have focus on student education, disability friendly infrastructure, quality schools, supplying quality school supplies to underserved youth, access to higher education, quality training, education resources, and also opportunities to get to school. And then under digital divide / tech, we have addressed business for multiply, aid to come, media literacy education, and just lack of there's one more page. That climate / environment. I see interest. Collaborate with climate smart activities, implement climate sustainability in schools. Beautification efforts, well filtered, storm and climate change. Oh, the UN SDGs and part courses on environment like tree current and native plant.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so now because I really didn't plan for this one. So, you all are going to cover me, I'm going to give you 3 stickers, give me your names. You're going to get 3 stickers. You're going to vote on which topics you want to focus on. Here, you can put all 3 stickers on one topic. You can put a sticker per topic, put 2 stickers on one and 1 on another. There you go.
Sure.
Ganon needs another one.
Okay.
Did everyone vote? All right, Nolan. Count all the dots and write down the number for each one. Sure, yes. All right, what are our top ones? Louder, please. Safety, civic engagement, and climate. All right. Who here is interested in breaking down and looking, because now we're going to get what more specifically. Now that we have these big categories, these big ideas, how can we make this more specific to what we're going to look at? Who here is interested in civic engagement? All right, 1, 2, 3, done. You 3 stand over here. Who here is interested, wait, that's 4 of you. Okay, remember we have also safety, sexual assault, and climate. Who's interested in climate? 1, 2, 3, there you go. And I assume, did you pick one? Which one? There's civic engagement, safety, sexual assault.
Safety, sexual assault.
Okay, so you join here. All right, so now what we're going to do, everyone's going to get their, if you want to take it back to your tables, you can. Take all of your Post-its, and you guys are now going to go through that. You're going to look at your policies. You guys are going to each get a budget summit summary. And this is your chance to work collectively and talk about what are the specific issues in this area? What are these Post-its talking about? How can we flesh these out? And, you know, kind of refine these things. What are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of these particularly policy areas? And how the Youth Commission can make an impact. And we're gonna take some time to do that. You guys are gonna write it all out. Then you guys will, after you do that, we have more Post-its, so you guys can put a policy idea Post-it. If you want, we have, come and get a new Post-it. If you wanna write it down in here, you can, whatever works for you. You will present them to each other, and then we will go through, and we're gonna be voting on specific policy or issue areas. We need to make this kind of specific. Does that make sense? Are there questions? No? Okay, I will play the music. This, we might give it like a half hour of time.
This is like more specific.
This is more specific. So you're going to take, if you are in the civic engagement, how can we be very specific about this? What are specific areas we need to address? Who are specific council members, departments, committees? What can we do? Like, how are we going to further develop this? So we really want to get specific. I highly recommend, the problem is I don't think we can see the NSC work plan or anything like that, but I have the budget summit here that you can read. This is where your technology will be useful for you to go online and do some kind of cursory research in doing this. Do I have questions? No, I am around. So really quick, low key. I know I'm on camera. Like, are we paused?
Motion for recess.
Second.
No.
What? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All against? Any abstentions? Motion passes.
You don't want to
It's in these papers.
Yeah.
Just say,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, which color guys?
Yeah.
I'm supposed to write, what's this? Not there, right? We got this, we can go to. Yeah. Is the years over there, the empty table?
You also have a resource in Ananya who is happy to help you. I'm going to volunteer time. Happy to help you guys look up different topics. There you go. Hold up. There's the budget summit slides.
Do you want me to first get it?
Take more Post-its if you want. And I am here if you need anything. You guys definitely add
Right.
city, so I know the Kathy did an amazing job there, so definitely should look at that.
That's what I'll just put it inside.
Oh, do you wanna write it like, no, cause it's like. Okay, then you can definitely just. You gotta.
We have Burns.
Making it less.
So there's a,
Wait, hold on. First, this, we already.
yeah. And there was,
If you guys need anything, call me. I'm gonna step out.
Did you do also answer question?
Or Alex.
I did one on, 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, I did one on like bus stop ones. So, yeah, I was in my brother's one, but we did the green space, so that's the bus stop. So I think, should we get rid of this one? Because Alex did a really.
And then, this one just says. That's mine.
There was, I like the green ribbon one.
What is it?
So basically, they're implementing a school-wide system. Oh, but we don't have any say in school, right? Say in school. Okay, there's that one.
Beautification efforts. Broadening or forget it.
I think both versions are good to go. Because all we have to do is just try to policy out for more funds to be allocated to. What do you mean? Oh, what? Yeah.
Policy is money, right? You have to get money. Required courses on environment, okay, this one is, we don't have control over education. Like we can't install like your curriculum.
You can do courses available.
But how do we make them required?
Just like some grassroots ecology.
Yeah,
Or we could do like
wait, how about
library,
we just
library.
we'll just keep this for now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep it for now and let's just look for something.
You and I don't really know what.
Great, sustainable, okay, that's tough.
It's some
Sustainable development. Climate friendly school.
I don't know why everyone puts school, bro.
That's broad though.
Yeah, we do not have control over that.
Yeah.
I think yours are kind of.
The climate smart SJ one.
That's not.
And then at the bottom.
Storm drain downtown. Oh, yeah.
You know, the things that connect between buildings and then they have plants on them.
Oh, yeah. That was actually good.
It's a cute idea, but I don't know how it's gonna work. It's like really strong wind.
Those plans, like where they need
And
it,
management, like
where they need it.
I don't know. I saw a video on it and that's all I know about it.
All right.
Yeah, we can consider that. Let's consider that. Environmental.
So if in a
Yeah, this
policy.
one, yeah, we don't need that. Expand environmental services to something, okay. That's, yeah, it's kind of broad. Yeah, so I'd say my choices are between canopies, courses. This one is kind of tough.
I
Courses.
think that.
Should we invite him?
Because I don't know anything about, yeah.
Andrew, can you make a cameo appearance?
We need help on.
Yeah, we're just,
It needs like.
so did you write the SDG one? Yeah, so can you just tell us a little bit or just consider?
Do you guys know? Oh, okay. So they're called global. For sustainable development, and these were well researched and well put together by experts. And these were goals that were set by the organizations to achieve certain goals. For example, one of them might be, I know there's one with quality education around the world. So there, if you look into it further, there are specific steps that the UN is taking to achieve that. So maybe making those goals local.
Yeah, and another thing, and then before you name
Okay, was this part of the Paris Plan?
No. It's-
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yours, right?
Yeah.
Very condescending.
I did for a year and a half.
No.
For a year and a half.
Did?
And then before that.
Yeah, somebody said that.
I just said.
A lot of graphics.
This dude does not know.
No, I did.
I did.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is STG.
Wait, so when I said like that, like move allocating a fund, that's not a policy, right?
Okay, do you want me to read them and then?
But-
we can decide?
So what would be an example, like if we made that like as a policy, what are we
A
asking?
policy is something that affects the law.
That's not good.
Okay,
So is fund allocation not?
Fund allocation is a part of.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying, like that's like it's a part of the policy that could be a way that we solve this issue. That's what I.
okay, all right, I'll give, like, this is the broad overview. The goals cover a range of areas including eradicating poverty, ensuring access to clean water and sanitation, reducing inequalities, providing affordable clean
Like the
energy.
clean water one, because the storm didn't go out to like.
Yeah, you can connect.
But he says youth related, what can youth do?
That table.
Our sustainable goals stay
So
relevant.
say a council.
Yeah.
One.
Okay, it seems like it's kind of hard. But
Departments would make up that.
okay,
I think we should put these together for now.
no, I think these two.
Yeah, these two.
Yeah. So it seems like we're. These two.
I mean,
Every month.
these are kind of separate.
So I can probably work with the grassroots policy potentially. But what that is.
Actually, you like, I do like. Study smart too.
Is
But it
there a
wouldn't be a
study one on
policy, it's
it?
just an idea.
Is there a study one thing on it? Because isn't there a list of topics that they do?
Yeah, but like making it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's an idea. Then basically this policy comes down to.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we have to do inside?
Oh, voting for chair.
He thinks he's in the nanny. Might do vice chair.
You should. No, does do well.
I saw people. It's a really tempting.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
not really well.
You don't got any. Okay.
Yo. I just really like to get tired of advice. But if you're on
Like regular by. Yes. So that's on the informed. Actually.
when I was listening to one of the meetings, I'm like, I can't hear it. It's like so quiet. That's like, yeah. So, okay, so I think this should be a policy. That's a good idea.
yeah.
So is that what all we have to do?
But we need a.
Yeah, so this is an idea, but the policy, like, you want to discuss what this would be.
Just so what,
I don't know about the SDGs, but what I'm thinking about this one is like implementing a sort of process, like the sanitary living. Where you have like the big trash and the leaves, and then the actual water. And
We tried.
Yeah. Oh,
So we went to a balance.
so we're kind of sifting.
Yeah, but I don't know how you can do it because it's underground. So that's the thing I did.
Oh, so not the
Yeah, I
drain
get it.
itself, the system.
Maybe your
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, futures. It's a good one.
Weird. You know, we have.
My environment policy was like so far-fetched, but it still got passed. Or like, you know, passed by the commission, yeah, so. But, it was like, so the buses are gonna have. like,
I am so happy.
they're gonna have vegetation, not like vegetation, but like wildlife on top. Yeah, they're gonna have that, and then there'll be every few blocks, there'll be like watering stations, like bus stops where they stop. So they get rejuvenated. I don't know if that's a term, but I mean, I think what my method was also allocated. So that's like what I suggested. So I guess it would.
I was like, everything fits here, and everything fits.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Especially like crazy. Were you and your older sisters?
And your sister, when did she leave?
You were,
Yeah. Was it long the year before?
Probably. So that was. He says vote for top 3 specific goals.
And I'm not going to rest of it.
Okay.
So we did the policies, but.
So,
Top
are,
3. Oh, it's like these go.
the ones that are here, are they just like chilling?
And that was my student.
Because you put on 3 on it.
No, I put 2.
Oh, 2. Mine is
Yeah.
horrible.
I got track of it. They said
I put 1, 2 digits.
What do you think?
They would enrich our.
No, I put 1 here.
Something that's.
I put 1. And I
What are your thoughts?
put 1 that is housing.
I know there. You guys know.
Yeah, I'll be like, no. This slide is insane.
Wow.
Yes, yeah, and then you pull
Oh,
the.
from here, from here.
Oh, yeah.
Library education. Oh, you have to.
Okay, which one do you think is more doable? Sorry. Which one do you think
Yeah,
is more
actual submission, it goes.
I think this one, just ignore the blue.
Submissions. Or no, and it's easy. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. Okay.
At the beach.
Unless people are willing to do it.
Your brother's still
But I
here?
feel like
don't
for
know.
the winds thing, isn't there already like wires and stuff that pass over it?
Nice.
So like,
And then for Twinsburg Beach, nice.
yeah, that's.
So I'm getting.
For my policy, I don't know how I'm gonna get
Like, here's the
50 people to come.
Because
The native ocean.
you guys are the happy part.
We should go to Grass Valley.
No, they'll, all of them.
You're doing a great job.
Oh, really? That's.
Did you not, you were over there helping answer questions?
Yeah. Is grassroots like a nonprofit?
Yeah. they only operate as
I heard teacher asked.
10 minutes
You're over
away.
there. I saw you over there.
How do you think policies are
Still learning.
I feel like that's just like something that everyone's already trying to fix, right?
You picked one really specific.
No, but there are some issues that are beyond you. We can't do it.
I think climate's the most.
They have this.
Even climate is
Yeah.
Climate,
Especially maybe these,
climate technology and like
As
the
a,
job,
as a, as
the
a, as a
education.
fellow, like, I know.
My
grand's like, that's just really nice.
yeah, I think,
This goes to four. No, last time was voting. Voting is it.
no, but everyone has to like give a speech, right?
1 minute.
We're gonna compromise the security of San Jose government. We vote.
Civic engagement.
I remember Gordon spoke.
Very charismatic.
And he didn't like nothing.
No, I remember like there's this, like in December, we had a meeting, like, guys, I know I've not been here for, but we all here.
Next semester.
That's not right.
Actually, no, you got, you did more.
Seriously,
Yeah. I mean, because you was a senior, so you're fine.
No, like.
Oh.
You're a
Probably
junior,
just
so-
like-
Oh.
Don't
I need
No, true.
Wait, where do you go? Oh.
Lee. Lee.
Where you go?
Gunderson's the one that's off.
Yeah.
And then they start.
How is it?
Yeah.
How is it?
I know that it's hard. He has a bad reputation and sometimes
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the same with West.
I don't know what.
Even John.
There was a time.
Even John.
Anything.
I thought Glenn was like,
John is super.
really?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but it's like.
Just do the Verizon reports.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Not true.
Verizon reports. I don't even see the Verizon. We haven't seen them yet.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Yeah, we
Yeah. It's a stand on the road. I expect them to be very stressed out. Same with
Yeah.
Tyrese.
Or no.
I don't think
I don't really want to go.
I think there
I want
needs
to stay
to
like
be.
West Coast.
I think if you're doing
I don't know, just
Like I'm talking about
No.
What do I have? 4.0. Yeah, a lot of like 18.
I don't know.
Probably like around 18. Yeah. No, I'm probably gonna get it. Shut up, man.
No, but the reading section.
Really? Dude, the last fight I got wrong.
You talking like you didn't get a 1570.
I get an 800 on reading every time, and then I fail math. So, 800.
Isn't it 400?
Oh, well, yeah, when I was saying reading, like mine, I get 800. The lowest I got on reading, the lowest I've gone on reading writing is like 7. But math, I don't think I've ever been above 7.
That's so good.
Kind standard.
Yeah, but like, you need all like in the 1500s, bro, like high 1500s.
Yeah, but math gets really so hard.
Dude, it's so bad. If you get it, did you see like it's like adaptive?
Yeah.
That's so, and I'm gonna have to do it. Because if I March is when the class starts. Did you do a series?
Not everything is.
Yeah, he's gonna pay.
You want to say put 6 pounds of product?
That's what even practice tests or like?
That's what we want. No. It was a school one.
I have to go to free. No, because the 1570 is not even what it probably is. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like all the market kids.
Just do go to 5 on every AP besides physics.
Yeah.
Like 4.
And chemistry.
Still, bro. And how many AP? Really get estimate how many have you done?
Too many to count.
How many freshmen? How many sophomores? How many juniors?
Aren't like
Oh, how many seniors?
Senior year, I'm doing some outside.
So how many total?
Probably gonna be.
So that's like 16, 17 AP all five.
Oh.
Yeah, but technically.
Oh, so you have to receive.
Oh, shit, I should have. Yeah, you wanna do a 5 round? So in calc. For a 5 round, I was in calc.
Health matters.
Did it just realize? Oh, yeah. For what?
For.
Like
Major, yeah.
Oh, like a.
Yeah,
you've been a good girl, man.
you've been the best business. That's the only reason why. Pretty good. He lost $8 billion in 5 years. And his dad's net worth is.
No, he's like actually so much like his dad. Like he's aggressive.
Money,
He just loses it. No, he just does everything that's possible. He buys the like hotel chains and
And then he doesn't pay his workers, and then he gets sued for millions of dollars.
then he divorces like 3
He has his business model. I mean, Wharton's crazy. Stanford is really good at.
Are you guys still working on it?
No, we're.
You're completely done.
I've never-
Exhausted all possible ideas.
As in, like, we have a good idea that we're.
Okay, I know, but we need multiple ideas because we're going to vote on different ideas, not just
Oh,
one
yeah.
idea, multiple
Got it.
ideas.
Are we doing the policy application?
So the idea behind it is, so really quick, you guys, so I hope I'm making this clear. I'm not expecting you guys to come up with one whole policy. No. I want multiple specific ideas underneath the issue area in which you're focusing that we can align with the strategic city roadmap. So that when we say, hey, the youth commission is focused on in pavement lights on crosswalks towards schools that align with Vision Zero. That means anytime Vision Zero pops up on a committee or a city council agenda, they have to speak to you. You have to provide recommendation and comment. If we just say climate change, that could mean anything. And we can't ask, transportation, environmental services, Office of Racial Equity, because there's climate equity, like all of this stuff that is far too broad. We cannot comment on every single item. I mean, you all have school and lives too. It's just not feasible. So there needs to be multiple ideas around your issue area that you're going to then stand up and present to your commission peers. And then you guys will vote on what are those ideas that we really want to focus on based upon what was kind of developed as a group. We will take 2 or 3 of those high level ideas, and then we will break down how do we want to approach those things? How can the youth commission's work support those ideas, making those things successful, building policy work around those ideas? Is that more clear?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure, like, I'm happy to, I'm not berating anyone. My voice is loud so you can hear me. But I just want to make sure you guys are being exhaustive in terms of different ideas. And I understand that this is a lot, and I understand it's 2 p.m. after a long day yesterday. But yeah, so keep going. I want to give it about 10 more minutes. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, youth use like bikes and stuff anyway.
Yeah.
Because they don't have cars, so.
Yeah.
But I feel like, is there like a huge population of teenagers who have cars? Probably not in here.
On the tail end, yeah.
So,
I'm like,
Yes, we just.
I'm also here at home. So, but
we already have the green career pathway. What if we have an education on like how to be more green, like not like work in those fields when you're older, like as a person, how to have more.
Yeah, that's what this one was about.
Oh, because that's about green career pathway.
Yeah, but we can just remove that.
that's what I was like.
We just didn't do it.
Can we vote on that?
Yeah. I think.
So the policy.
Well, I mean, probably. You just use wheelers.
City crews are your.
Can we do like a $5?
I was like, I mean, it's a.
I don't know.
We want the one shovel.
Yeah, so let's increase the awareness about.
Yeah.
You take environmental.
No, I might.
I hate them. But it's nothing special. I mean, it's just like ecosystem.
Is it easy?
I heard it's really. A/B test. Yeah, it's not.
What was your hardest? Really?
Weird.
That's not good.
Like they have too many forms.
I have. Do I need to send these kids or whatever?
Okay, wait, can we finish this though, because I don't want to present like two of them. Everyone else does like.
Okay.
Right.
We can do this thing. We will.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Or just upgrade pre-existing tools that, does this have to be centered around?
Oh, the moon is.
I think it has to, because then we can say like,
No, it doesn't.
or allocate money like to upgrade current tools that we use to like gardening tools and stuff that people use. Like in stores, in city homes.
It becomes more apparent.
Or like, yeah, because like the tools they use to like maintain the plants and stuff.
Upgrade. Yeah, okay, you know what, let's just.
No, not improve, just like improve as in like renew. Like,
You know, it's just 90, just put it on.
About 5 more minutes.
Upgrade.
upgrade slash renew.
Garden.
Try to say gardening and.
Yeah, but it has to be like some kind of limit to that, because you can't like go and say, we buy shovels and rakes for $40,000.
Yeah, why?
No, I mean, like, we'll just say like, we'll allocate a set amount of money just to that.
Yeah.
Okay, how about,
But it's still a method though, right? That's how you're gonna achieve renewing these things.
Yeah, so let's think about this as making this something that builds up to a broader action. So like the actual policy is gonna be something and then you can use.
The actual policy will be. I don't know. Setting. You can't like set government regulations on. Like, gardening. But if you could, then we could say like. then we make gardening have these regulations, and then we need this stuff for that.
Go to chair pro temp.
Yeah, essentially.
Like behind.
I don't like those SDC or SDG rules, like just making it more fun for me, like you can grow, like it's encouraged to grow these types of plants.
Yeah, but that was like a recommendation.
Yeah, that's a personal choice.
Anyway, like we can
Yeah,
look at it later.
Let me just finish this. So
I'll get it.
So I am also okay with doing this. Recessing. And then moving right outside, firing up on the laptop. I know like. And you just need to send around the because I know.
Yeah, that's the only, so we're gonna write this. How's everyone feeling? Do we need a little bit more time?
Yeah.
Okay, we got 4 more minutes. At
No,
2:10.
It's just, it's messed up. No, what's that? You hate small.
That's really tiny.
This is my first call.
Wait, does it like have like more? No, it has a power button, so it's fast to sound.
So essentially closer.
It's like the button, like if the button actually goes in, then it's like
The only thing that works, you can send messages.
Okay.
all like overneath. That's my. Mine did that. Well, I also drop mine. That's my brother.
But your work, but Joyce is the easiest.
Everything. I got his car.
My friend, right? Like affordable housing.
Where is he?
What's my number?
The
executive team is on their way.
I'm going to school.
Something.
Very, very, very good. It's a good
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it is.
Well, yeah, it started yesterday. You wanna know the crazy thing I did yesterday? I had studied in here and then you and I have the house and my phone. Well, with soccer. So I started to pick up some books. From new Smash couches for Kennedy. Yeah. And a bottle of wine. That was
And restrictions on the manufacturing.
I only got the
personal care cosmetics.
Microbus.
Uh-huh. I have an entire pile of things that are going to.
Yeah, so, you know,
Get rid of that.
Oh, we didn't even think about litter.
Yeah, project.
They know, like not like making up, but it's finding a way to prevent it. Increase the amount of cash.
It was, yeah. We got our drink cover.
Oh my god.
Will be needed.
Okay, yeah.
But don't do that.
All right, you guys have about 1 minute. Do you feel that you need more time than that?
Yeah.
Okay, approximately how much time?
10.
5 is the most I can do.
7.
This is not an auction.
5.
5 more minutes. So at 2:15.
Wait, some road trash things?
No, you do not.
Why?
They don't have enough.
Way more.
Right, that's just
I just want to think that looks more full. We don't even have to read it off. Just put it there.
Okay, I made a temporary.
You should actually do some.
exploring.
This looks like-
like, oh my God.
This is an event.
Yeah, but it's multiple.
Project.
It's not, no, it's not a
It's
project.
Project.
Well, technically, you're taking invasive.
How do you know what
What
plants are invasive?
Like there's Algerian ivy.
Oh, wait.
That's basic. As my guess, it's from Algeria.
How do you get here?
Yeah, so many, many invasive plants. They
What is
come- I mean, yeah, so this is exactly, this is like commonly found outside office buildings, and it came because, like on Europe and stuff, there's maybe a seed came in their sock or something like that, and it planted and it just took over. And why does it take over? It's because they're natural predators.
Yeah.
So it just completely takes
The
over.
year before,
Becomes
my
invasive.
So I guess taking resources from the active.
From the native. So that's why you want to remove these, rehabilitate the native plants, the native plants not control. You're welcome.
Like zebra musk.
Like, I don't think there's a job.
That's what you learn. That's the only thing I remember.
Wait, you took it?
Yeah, last year.
What's up,
I'm
man?
taking. It's probably
I should probably just throw in somewhere right now.
I finished the MCQ in like half an hour.
Yeah, but funny story is our school, when we were taking, we had a gas leak. So they had to call everyone out at 8 a.m. We're all standing on the blacktop. We had to write it discussion.
So they got out. They got out.
Then the exams got canceled. And it was hard.
What other shoes?
I mean, I thought that was harder than CS.
My brother. Maybe.
There's no other musician, but all the
I don't want to put it.
Actually. Diversify.
I'm talking now.
Manufacturing products. Oh, it's like what you said earlier.
Wait, are you like looking some?
No, it's like,
Suggestions.
yeah.
The policy generator.
Is that real?
Has to impact you.
Policy, they can collect all.
Oh, yeah. I'm 3-year-old. No, see, there's something fake, be terrified right now.
Using the new question, we want to do. Might be boring.
What's the last one? Last was interesting.
Well, my teacher just like sat in his like 1, 2, 3 rolling chair. Okay, so today we're gonna learn about the machinery.
That's what boards do. We real this word. All meetings.
Did you watch it?
Yes, bro.
I was sitting next to him.
You'd always have it on.
Yeah.
And he'd have that.
That kind of just depression.
This one.
I usually don't look when the hype's so loud. It's a kind of first
I'm just thinking about the surveys, like, is that different how many people get faster?
Well, I don't.
I was
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. It might be
Yeah.
something that was maybe not.
Well, I mean, when I was there,
He was falling like that.
That was- Oh, yeah.
He took his own.
Oh, he took it with you?
Yeah, we did it at the same time. Well, what do you mean? Like you took it alone?
Yeah, you had.
They did like make you stand up and I'm
Or like put your hand up.
I know. You know it.
All right,
You can.
the time is now. How are we doing?
We got 1, 2, now.
Okay, Chair, please call on the group you would like to present their policy work findings to the rest of the commission first.
Who wants to go first?
Okay. So come up to the front.
What are you doing? You put it out? No, come back. Oh, they have their own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll-
All right, everyone, please go gather around. All right. So please do it with a little bit. See the level I'm speaking at? It should be at least here. This doesn't even get picked up on the mic.
Okay, so our group is focusing on sexual assault / safety, and we live in the policy that there's no easy accessible way for people to know to report allegations of sexual assault. And some like facts are that the reported rape cases have nearly tripled in Canada in the past decade, so it's like a problem that's getting worse and worse. Please do something to fix it.
So the first solution that we thought of is having an anonymous line to get more people to speak up. So what it would do is like, if there's a situation that's occurring on like this specific street, in a specific lane or area, you can report it, like kind of like Google Maps, like and you can report the location of what happened, as well as like kind of get your voice heard by other people. Like I know a lot of people who have cases happen to them, their cases are their friends, their family, or even the police. So even though it's completely anonymous, your voice is still kind of heard in some way. And another kind of sub idea that we have there is there's existing technology that does this, but it can show the distance between you and the registered sex offender within a 1 mile radius, so that you get like a notification on your phone that there's someone who is an offender like 0.1 miles away from you, as well as their description, like hair color, weight, tattoos, and whatever. And that's the first thing.
For the second idea, we considered a support group / task force because there were two sides of like the support that would be a sexual assault victim would need. One is that they would want to have their feelings heard and feel supported. On the other side, we think policy is really important and to move further like adequate sexual assault policy. So those are the two sides. Our third idea is the one we was confident in, and it addresses a big issue where after sexual assault.
You go, you do here.
Sexual assault is reported, very little schools actually investigate the issue. And we think it needs to change and we need better training towards the staff on how to respond to the student. The two sides of that is how to investigate, and the other side is just processes because a large majority of the offenders, once they have been identified, they can quietly resign and just drop out of school. It's not.
Adding on really quick to that is, at least specifically in my school, and I think for these two as well, they do give a lot of like briefing about sexual assault and how to report it, but they mainly do is like tell you what the definition of it is and how to figure out if you've been assaulted, but they never really tell you what happens like after you report, like the investigation process that occurs and what help they need to get afterwards. So having this would be really beneficial for people who are stuck on what to do after they report it. Yeah, I think that's it.
Right, everyone round of applause. Next up, Chair. Next group to, no, leave it up there. Leave it up there.
I mean,
Yes, Chair, thank you.
We put 3 stickers on everybody's hand.
We worked on addressing the problem of city engagement. And so our first idea was to review or slash review other city departments and boards and commissions. So basically, we would identify like 10 or even less. And have completed services. And so we would review their agenda and then there would be something that we see that we want to explore. And see what they're talking about, what they're working on, ETC, we would watch like, if you have the time, the live meeting or the recording online. Because all commissions are required to record their meetings and then we can report back to the commission, sort of like what we're seeing and what we're working on. So that we can be informed about like what government commission we're working on. And so each one of us would be like assigned a specific commission that we could choose, for example, like Parks and Rec and things like that.
Okay, second thing we kind of talked about was having departments send us yearly reports or create yearly reports on youth-related activities. Because the problem we saw was that, first of all, like, well, you don't really know what's going on in their city, and this is one of the ways to help kind of streamline the process of getting the information to us, so we can send that information out, whether through, newsletters, through social media, etc. Just so that information is there and clear. It kind of works in tandem with our first point too, because it just like basically streamlines that process and gets that information from the department to us.
The next thing is getting support in terms of our policies that we do write from these departments. And that's really important that, hey, they have all these resources to really help them out and really push the initiative. Without their support, things might go a little more complicated, having to go through these hurdles that might be unnecessary, right? And that's really important. Again, pushing the priorities and goals of them.
Our next idea was to collaborate with schools and school districts to push a survey. And so this was that, as youth, we don't know sort of what our government is working on, what we can do to help, and specifically for people, especially who are not on the commission, we are directly related to youth services. Those are in schools who see issues that they're unable to report them and know the pathways in which they can be heard. So push out surveys so that they can report on those things.
The next thing is potentially looking into the merits, pros and cons of creating a youth budgeting program. It's something that like I've talked about a little bit to a few of you, but I'll try to give you guys a short version of the spiel. But basically what it is that you would allocate a portion of the city's budget to a participatory budgeting program. I'm going to use Boston as an example because they did a youth participatory budgeting program throughout the past, I'm not really sure, it's not a few years or it might have been a decade already, I'm not really sure. They have a huge one, and youth in their city, just their kind of like youth advisory board, get a $1 million budget that is used for like this program. And what it is basically, first, you collect ideas from youth in your city. That's done through like town halls, like in-person meetings, through a survey. They work with like their election department, other departments in the city to get that out to schools, which is kind of their sector for like engaging in the program. After they collect ideas, they narrow it down as a commission, as an advisory board. And then afterward, they send those narrowed down ideas out towards youth again, working with the elections department, out towards schools, and these youth like vote on these, like 10 ideas. And then in the end, these funds are used to basically create these projects that youth not only ideated, but also voted on in the end. Some examples of those projects were like, one of them was to install solar panels in schools around the city. Another one was like install, I think something like traffic light stuff to make certain parts of the city safer. Another thing was to increase like funds towards like a specific like housing shelter or something like that. And that's those are some examples of what you can do with such a program. But it is very difficult considering that you need like a lot of buy-in from council members, from different departments. It would be a massive effort, but it could be worth it. Something that hopefully we'll have more discussion about.
We mentioned getting to the everyday young people, because that's ultimately who we do represent, is making the information more accessible, making their government more accessible to them through newsletters and Instagram. A person mentioned under post-it what's happening in terms of solutions that are in the form of municipal policies or bills or memos. The average person doesn't know what's going on. And by using these platforms, we convey it in a sense where we're meeting them at their level, right? Instead of just pushing these really, really long documents that frankly, they don't have the time to care about.
Additionally, collaborating with other intergovernmental youth-related commissions, such as the Watermelon, San Francisco, San Clara County, so that we can work together on issues and we can collaborate and be informed about what we're each working on and maybe how we can support each other.
Collaborating with local news is another thing we talk about. So that's like San Jose Spotlight, right? There's quite a few. Spotlight's a really great place. So collaborating with them to highlight our policy priorities, to bring awareness to issues that we're really passionate about. Just like putting greater emphasis on working with them.
Yeah, and lastly, San Jose State has an unofficial pathway towards government and working a really utilize that really connect young people to civics, to be more engaged in government, also allows us to fill the vacancies that we do have both in boards and commissions and in overall working staff. So working again with collaborative effort.
I was trying to want space for a little bit there, right?
Okay, so we kind of took a different approach to it because we like to look at the sticky notes. A couple of the main points that we saw were to focus on specific policy ideas which contribute to the environmental idea overall. We also talked about education and courses on it, and we also talked about that. So we don't mind.
Okay, all right. So basically the problem with the plant makeup in California today is that you might learn probably in your history class, you learn in world history and US history that European settlers came along and they spread these invasive plant species, or actually non-native plant species. And they don't have their natural predators in this environment, so they've just been dominating. And in fact, some environmental organizations even believe that 75% of California's plants are actually non-native and hence invasive. Some of these include the eucalyptus tree and Algerian ivy, which is commonly found in office settings. So basically, what we need a two-part approach to solve this. One is we need to rehabilitate our native plants, and we need to conduct invasive species removal projects. So what these entail is we will be collaborating with nonprofit agencies, specifically environmental nonprofit agencies, and they will aid us with identifying these type of non-native plants, and then suggesting native plant species such as milkweed, which can also help restore our dwindling monarch butterfly population. So what our policy basically aims to do is if those of you who were there last year, I passed a policy about restoring oaks in California, which will start taking place in December, which is usually the oak planting season. But the invasive plant policy is basically, we will require some funding for tools to remove invasive plants, and then creating guides for volunteers to take part in those projects.
Okay, and moving backwards from the ideas that I mentioned, we're going to talk about the green pathway.
Oh, yeah, so, also a huge problem that we have right now with our environment is that a lot of these upcoming, or like what we focus on, the youth, they're not really educated on these matters, how to help mitigate the effects of the environment. So one of our very specific policy ideas was that we want to work with nonprofits to help them like formulate a course that we can offer in like our spaces such as libraries, etc. And when we do this, we can also pair it with exposing them to green pathway careers and working with these nonprofits in the future.
Okay, finally, our specific policy ideas. Some of the ones that we mentioned or we collaborated on was to install a sort of filtering system for our storm drains. We all know that a lot of the streets and highways have a lot of oils, motor oils, and other really disruptive pollutants that enter the waterways and lakes in our city. So one way to help mitigate this is to create a policy for future sewer drain installments to have a sort of filtering system for these. Another one that we mentioned was green canopies, beautifying downtown San Jose with overtop canopies with green plants and a watering system.
Write these down so they're easier to go on. So, keep talking.
Yeah, and yeah, the canopies will also be native.
And then we also finally talked about microplastics, about finding them at the source and stopping them from being distributed in the public. Thank you.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And then microplastics, right? There's no specifics in here, so I hope you all are paying attention. Okay.
Okay, you all should have 3 green dots. We're gonna do very similarly, but now it's going to be policy specific. Before we get into it, I do want to say a lot of this stuff can be part of the how of our work plan. A lot of this stuff. That being said, if there is something in here that you're like, yes, this is what we want, please vote for it. But I just want to say that a lot of this stuff can support some of these things. Collaboration with schools and surveys, so we can put as just part of our how, data collection, surveys. Like this, a lot of this can be, this is a really great way, what you guys did a really good job of explaining how you would do a lot of this policy or this work support. There's still stuff in here that is very important, integral stuff that we could pull out specifically, but this is when we are going into our next step. They did an amazing job at writing ways to support the work that we want to do. Okay, so I do want to share that. This is really good. All of you guys came up with some really good ideas. So please take your time. Your 3 dots are going to go towards specific policies. So it's not like a dot for sexual, no. It is a dot for youth support, dot for sexual assault. One for sexual assault, y'all. No, but it is a dot for youth support group, a dot for anonymous youth tip line, a dot for youth participatory budgeting program. Okay, so it's like that, or it could be like 3 dots for youth participatory budgeting, or 2 dots for green canopies, 1 for plants. We know this is native plants. No, I mean, yeah, dots for plants. Okay, does that make sense? So take some time and really think about, this is what we're going to shape a lot of the driven policies and our recommendations moving forward for our work plan. It's a way to keep it nice and tight. That's not to say that a lot of this stuff, this is part of our functions, powers and duties, no? Like informing youth about other opportunities, engaging our council members and stuff like that. So a lot of the how is really good. Do I have questions? No, please get to top of me.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's one.
It's been very helpful, because otherwise it'd be me running out of the room, looking at our phone. It's very helpful. So thank you. Nolan, who likes math?
Unless there's only like school.
But we know he likes math. We're gonna make sure that we know.
Oh, that's fine. Like,
I think this one is 6, right? Because this.
All right. What are our top ones? So native plants, youth participatory budgeting program, and staff and administrative training at school. Okay. So schools are gonna be real hard. Let me tell you all right now. We have no jurisdiction over schools. The best we could do is, but we can make suggestions. We can write about how we are interested in the way education around that particular stuff works. So we can be clever. We gotta be clever. Youth participatory budgeting program, I think that is a really good one. So we host the annual youth budget summit. There could be a way to transform that and shape it into something that's much bigger and receives more buy-in from our city council. And maybe we could write our work plan really about that. That's one thing to consider. And then the native plants, that could be something else that we want to do. You know, right now, the mayor, being recorded, right now, the mayor, as a form of grassroots connection and whatnot. We could shift part of that. Maybe we have these youth-led native sort of like invasive plant cleanups, planting days. That could be something we work towards as well. And then we can engage with the environmental services, Youth by SJ, Parks and Rec. And so there is some buy-in there. So understanding all of that, we're going to have a brief discussion right now. Chair, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to have a brief discussion around those 3 items and really kind of narrow it down so then we can get to the how. How do we want to structure this work? We don't just want to do these basic objectives. We want to be like, we want a youth participatory budget. Here are the steps we're going to take to do that. We are passionate about reducing the invasive plant species and increasing our native plant species. We need to work with these departments to do it. We want to hear back from Parks and Rec about these cleanups. We want to participate in Youth by SJ and all that stuff. We're not gonna lie, that's the one my brain is not working to fit around that one right now, but it's just tricky when we got. But there could be, we do have a lot of mandated trainings at, if you're a supervisor, you have to take mandated sexual harassment course every 2 years. It's quite big. So rocks from Francis in it. Weird. Anyway, so so that one, I'm not gonna lie, is a little bit tricky. That's not to say we can't find ways to control that. So based upon that, do we feel that we're in a place where we can now begin to write the how? Does everybody feel confident in being able to extrapolate and expand on these topics? Okay, so now you guys all get to sit down, and I'm gonna pull up a document, and I will type, and you guys get to talk. This is the actual work plan part of it. Ow. Okay. What do we want to call that one? Reporting training? This is all gonna be a group discussion. I know you guys are probably tired, but we gotta talk out loud. Awareness, assault, access the window, assault, awareness.
Training.
Training.
Yeah.
Plans. Okay, so let's start. Cancel result. Let's start with youth participatory budget. How would we do this? How would we evaluate where we're at? What are things that we need to do to make this successful? So if you guys, I know we're not following the exact same format as we did, but if we take youth participatory budget as our objective, first let's create a goal. What is the ultimate goal? Is it to create a youth participatory budget program? Sorry, I'm going to get a lost here. Where to put it? A youth participatory budget program that, what do we want it to do? When do we want it to end? What is the ultimate goal of this? Is it to have a portion of the budget always be dedicated to the youth commission, developing the youth participatory budget program, youth input? Every 2 years, 4 years?
You wanna?
Yeah, I can speak more to this.
Yeah, no, I know,
If
like,
anybody-
you're thinking a lot, so yeah, go for it.
Yeah, if anybody has any clarifying questions, please also ask. But I think the end goal would be to, well, our goal this year would be to like propose it to the mayor, right? And like have it be included in part of the city's budget. We need to talk about specifics, like how much money do you want? Things like that, right?
We can leave that a little bit more vague.
Right.
Yeah.
And then there usually, it can be a 1-year process, it can also be a 2-year process. But I think we're perfectly capable of like doing it in 1 year. That's typical for a program as well.
So what are things that we would need in order to have this be included? Why should the mayor set aside money for a youth participatory budget? What is that going to look like? What are things that we need to prepare for in order for this to be something that is included?
getting a lot of council member buy-in. So that, I think that looks like individually bringing this up to the council, if we're allowed to do that. I mean, that's allowed, right?
Yeah.
Like
you can have
individually
it.
bringing this up. I know District 3 has done a participatory budgeting program over the last like 5 years, although they are currently not doing one. I'm almost sure another district has. I'm not really sure what it was. So it might have been 7, might have been 6, might have been. I might be misremembering completely. But also definitely drawing upon those districts in particular because they do know how to run one or how one has worked in the past.
Collaborate with your office.
Right, exactly. Or at least get it, big enough that city council actually looks at it and sees it as something that we're serious about, right?
But so now when you mean big enough, how do we convey that young people support?
Well, first of all, it's something that's really big and important to you, right? Making a push for it through the ways that we can listen to sheet, through local news, through social media, yeah.
And maybe including that in our the annual survey that District 3.
Right. Yeah, that's something that's still happening, absolutely. I know.
Support, desire for the program.
So I understand what you're saying, Andrew. It's sort of like if we can make data informed decisions and choices, meaning if we write this, I don't know what it would be. Might be runoff. Might be budget addenda. I'm not sure how we would structure it. That we can ask admin about. But it would be, like how do we, and Andrew, like how do we convey that if they give us money to do this, it will receive youth support and participation. And it will be used effectively to develop programming. Like an easier way to call it is to call everything a pilot.
Yeah.
So we call it a pilot. And we can possibly use the support of that annual survey and our budget summit this year to support the ideas around the development of this pilot by writing an annual report of ideas and things that we want to do. So a report.
You want to clarify?
Yeah.
So a specific amount of money is allocated for the purpose of this program.
Exactly.
And it's up to, in this case, young people to decide where that goes.
Right. And there's a it's a step-by-step process that happens throughout the year.
Okay.
And it's something that we coordinate. And it's something that we should work with other departments. Potentially elections department, if that's even not really a possibility, right? Okay, and that's something that we would have to reach out to basically all schools with eligible youth, which is usually youth for high school age youth, right? Or 14 to 18 sort of situation. Or possibly even older, but we can talk about that. Usually it's high school age youth. That's something that we would have to reach out to them about. Usually through a variety of ways, right? You can do in person, you can do town halls and stuff. But I think the typical way they've done it is just you have surveys that are sent out that are made almost, you can require them, but that's a bit much. But surveys that you push out to schools, and the schools should try their best to get as many people's hands as possible. You push it out to clubs, etc. Specifically, that might be more specifically engaged. Yeah.
I have a clarifying question. Do the funds go towards the actual solutions or towards carrying out the data collection?
Towards the actual solutions. Yeah.
So everything else will be volunteer based.
So the way I understand this right now is, because the youth commission has certain funds. Technically, we can use that $5,000, whatever's left over for something like this. But to me, it sounds like what we plan on doing this year is writing in the existence of this participatory budget summit, this action that will be ongoing in years later. And the role this year is to develop what that would look like and how that would be executed in following years. So things we would need to do is to, first of all, we have to write that memo, that policy that asks for those funds. And in doing so, we need to gather quantitative and qualitative data about the support for this. And if, they were to divert that, we need to determine how much money we want to ask for. I think it would also behoove us to determine, it really should be around whatever youth are interested in, but we are 1,000 seats down and we are 1,000 staff positions down. So where can we have staff support these actions and these programs that is still in line with what you want, the changes you want to see, the programs you want to see, while still being able to adequately staff and support those through the city. So I think all of these things are good, and that we need to address all of these things when doing this ask. And I think part of what we would do this year is develop the idea, the concept, the process, the ask, the how. So when it is presented to city council, when they go, okay, we will give $20,000 for next year that can go towards the programs that come out of this summit. We already have exactly what will need to happen, when it will need to happen, and things like that. And then next year could be the development of those programs, maybe in the first half of the year, or like the survey, the data, the gathering of information about what programs and changes we want to see, and then enacting those changes to be the second half of next year. So I view, and this is my center, I am not the all see all, but I'm thinking this year the role will really be to show to commission why they should invest in this program, or show to council why they should invest in this program.
Exactly. I think you're understanding perfectly.
Yeah.
This is develop a very strong, very solid plan.
Yeah.
All the details, start making those connections with other departments, with schools, with et cetera.
Yeah.
Getting buy-in from everyone, right?
Yeah.
That's this year.
Okay.
And then,
yeah. So in doing that, how would we gather quantitative and qualitative data in order to better understand youth support?
I mentioned this earlier, of putting on the
Mhm.
city-wide youth survey and getting their feedback from them, and possibly getting some in-person interaction, maybe through the summits that we have, or through the town halls that we will hold.
Yeah. How many town halls should we hold? 2?
Two, sounds good.
And the 2 town halls should be around the concept of youth participation in local government. So host 2 town halls. Oh, I thought I was sharing it, sorry. Whoops, sorry, the non-public that's there. Here we go, thank you. Okay, so.
Ms. Malloy,
Yes,
can you please zoom in?
maybe. Much better? Okay. So the first point is we need to gather feedback. How will we do that? We will launch an annual citywide youth survey to gather feedback. Correct. We'll host 2 town halls. word, action. Date. Okay. So. We'll host 2 town halls. Is there anything else?
Is there a way to do like a petition sort of situation where we have like a lot of youth like sign the specific, not really a memo, but like a letter recommending that the city, invest resources into such a program? That'd be like a really concrete way to like actually show.
Explore possibilities.
Explore
Citywide petition.
citywide.
Youth petition.
Citywide youth petition. I mean, I do think, send letters to council members about.
Petition/campaign.
Letters to support.
Letter
Writing
writing.
support, yeah.
Okay. You guys want to learn that I had natural language and I can't spell, yes?
Should the participatory budget summit be the objective itself or an action in pursuit of a broader objective? Like we did last time?
That is a great question. What do you all think?
I think it should be an action, the objective should be increasing civic engagement. But, I mean, well, yeah, it's a means to an end.
Yes.
I'm taking a little bit from last year's objective 4 for the wording, but would promoting awareness about city processes, civic engagement and budgetary actions be a good way to word it?
Yes. You guys all want to jump on this?
Do you add like increasing like trust in government?
No.
You're on private.
Yeah, I know. I was going to just move it.
Yeah, you can do that. So as long as you're in class.
Yeah, no, I know.
There you go.
Just trying to protect your ears.
Yeah, thank you.
Always have the guarantee that the libraries will do that for you.
Yep, yep.
Appreciate it.
We're breaking down.
No comment. No, sure. Sorry, there you are.
Can you include me, Megan?
Yep. Okay, you all are going to get. There you go. Okay. So if you want to go ahead and insert that text about the objective. And if you all agree, eventually we'll read over this at the end and make sure everybody knows. Okay.
Should I put as a comment, a really good resource you want to look forward to, like another resource, or should I put that somewhere else?
That'll be somewhere else.
Okay.
So we do want to think about this very high level. We can get into specifics later, but we want this, if someone were to like browse over it, be like, oh yeah, that's good, but it doesn't have to be very, so I always point to San Jose Housing Commission. I always point to the Housing Commission. This is their work plan. It's very high level, and it should, I want our work plan to look something kind of like this, more or less. We have a topic, but in this case, we can have an overall objective, and then we will have actions, and then we will have a possible date. Theirs is very specific because the way they have to take action on things, but. underneath that, are you writing in there that objective?
It's loading.
I have it somewhere. You're on view only. Oh my God, what is your grade? All right, refresh. Try a different plug.
Okay.
Like, would this be like an ongoing thing for like this school year, or would it just be like, is in this kind of like, I don't know, 2 months or
It's a good question. I do think developing a plan to implement this, I think when do we want to submit it to the mayor? So just so you know, all budget stuff happens in like April, May, June. We would have to get, this is going to be an MBA manager's budget addenda. That's what we submitted last year to get the $11,000 for leadership stuff this year. That has to be in beginning of May. So I think it changes the timeline of the way that we would traditionally gather this feedback, right? When we traditionally do the survey, it's in spring. But if we want to be able to really get a lot of data, promote it, really push it at all of our schools, at all of our events, activities and stuff, that might be something we begin in the fall. Maybe host a town hall in the winter, town hall in the spring. And we need to be writing it ready to go in April. Yes.
Is this replacing our regular budget? Or is it on?
So that's a really great question. We usually host an annual budget summit. It's written into our work plan. I've scheduled a date and already blocked it off this room for March 1st. But is that something we still want to do? I mean, I think it's something we should do. That is part of our functions, powers, and duties to evaluate budgets, etc. Do we want to do it earlier? Do we want to use the budget summit as a way to support the writing of this program memo? Do we want to use this as sort of like a quote unquote pilot where we use that budget summit to gather ideas for specific programs we want funded the next year?
I think that we can have the normal summit held earlier in the year. And then there we can use that survey and figure out like what the youth wants, and then use that to help us plan out the actual program.
So something along the lines of host a budget summit. What did we write last year? Implement, so we have a city budget priority session to gather insight and input from youth on city budget priorities. So we can do that again.
Yeah.
When do we want to hold that budget summit?
We held it like late February.
Yeah, we held it late February, planned for March 1st, but should we do it earlier? I want you all to be cognizant of your schedules, because here's the deal. We usually plan that budget summit at the mini retreat, the winter retreat, in the beginning of December. And the past 2 years that I've done this, and I say, when should we do the budget summit? I get no January, no February, no, I'm gone every single weekend until then. Like I get, that's usually what I hear. So please be cognizant of that in the planning of this. And also understand that if we're trying to get this written down, ready to go so that we can share this idea with council staff during budget times. So that's why I put April 2024, because if we want it no later than May. So if we want to do that, how much time do we need to implement all of the ideas from the budget summit into this participatory request?
Citywide, how long does it take for you to write the letter?
So last year we had our budget summit on the 26th of February, if I'm not wrong. And by I think our next general meeting in March, we are ready with the budget letter, actually sometime before that. So I would say maybe 2 to 3 weeks somewhere in between that. Could be less actually.
Please remember, he's a senior this year.
But by then, hopefully I'll be done with college.
But I just wanted to, but just remember, he is a senior this year. The other thing I want to put, the ask now is bigger than our traditional letter. This would be a memo or a budget addenda with the letterhead signed off by Joe, the library. The budget department will look at it. City attorney's office will, I'm trying to avoid that, but they will look at it. And that is what will go to, and that was what will go. So this is a larger piece that we're asking. Not that the letter is extremely important, and you will still have to write it in some capacity, because is what will frame our annual report. So just consider that. I can still put, we have until March to host a budget priority session. You can always do it earlier.
I mean, how much buffer space do we want for
Like a
City.
decent amount, right?
In city process, assume everything takes 2 times as long than you want it to, at least.
So we should push the budget summit up, right?
I think we should.
staff? What's your recommendation?
My recommendation is no later than January. Let me just tell you that the Library and Education Commission also submits a budget letter to council, and they have theirs ready to go in February. The letter is done in February. Granted, they don't host town halls and do stuff like, they kind of do their own thing, but their letter is ready to go in February.
What's the soonest we can host the budget priority session?
One of the reasons why January is kind of nice, because they do a mid-year budget review. And so they kind of see, all right, this is how the first half of the year went. Where are we at? What are we looking at? Do we need to cut something here? Do we have extra money to spend here? And they'll do it then. I really wouldn't do it in the fall. I would host like a town hall in the fall, and you could host a town hall around, could be a civic engagement town hall, for instance. And the goal could be just figure out how to be more involved, almost like a yak orientation, if you will. Like find out different ways to engage with your council member. Maybe we have Ms. Ginn come back and do part of the civics masterclass for that. And that can help to stimulate ideas. And that's really an opportunity for you guys to gather feedback about what issues do you care about? What programs do you want to see? So that could be kind of like the topic of the day. We don't have to write the topics of the town hall in here. We can just we'll do 2 of them. And then those we could do in the fall. And then we could host that budget summit. And then it can be writing. So that's an option.
Was there a reason why we put the budget summit after the participatory budget?
No. There's no, I don't think, order doesn't matter to you. Unless you want, if you want to move it around, you may. Order doesn't matter too much about this. This is more just, in order to achieve the objective of promoting youth awareness about city process, engagement, budgetary actions, we are going to develop and implement a youth participatory budget summit plan. You know? Program, I'm not sure, but we're going to do that. And then to do so, we're going to gather quantitative and qualitative data about youth support for the program. And we're going to do that by doing these things. We're going to have a survey to gather feedback. We're going to host 2 town halls, and we're going to explore citywide youth petition letter writing. And actually, we can pull this out. We can actually pull all of these out. Now that I think about it. They can all be their own action items.
If I understand correctly, the 2 town halls are specifically for the youth participatory budget program, right? Not the budget summit, right?
Yeah, they don't have to be. So,
Yeah,
I mean, so this is,
Is there anything against combining?
that's a great question. So we do have a budget summit. The difference, and this is a T, please jump in. My understanding is the difference between the budget, the participatory budget program and our budget summit. Our budget summit is strictly to advise about the needs and priorities of youth in the city of San Jose and the ways that we feel that when taking those into consideration, the budget should be shared and allocated. The participatory budget program is an actual program that receives a pot of money to be used at the youth's discretion in conjunction with city staff departments, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
So where this is recommendation, this is asking for money.
Would it be possible to host the actual budget summit and the participatory budget program on the same day? Let's split them into sections. So we're the first one, we gather the data about, or we give the presentation about the budget summit, but then have the feedback which we get from that also included in the participatory budget program.
Yeah, and so that is my understanding of the idea, is that we are going to do things like get an annual survey where we gather feedback on priorities of youth, host 2 town halls around civic priorities of youth, explore citywide youth petitions and letter writing campaigns about issue areas that you care about, and then host a budget priority session. We're going to take all the feedback, all the ideas from there, and we're going to stuff them into a memo where we basically say, hey, Mayor and City Council, this is what all the youth care about. We would like to host a program where we develop programs with funding to act on these items.
Develop projects.
Develop projects
My-
specific to these
My
items.
question is could we use the feedback which we gather from the actual budget summit towards this as well, instead of having 2 separate town halls?
Host a town hall.
I don't
I
know,
feel like I'm
this-
misunderstanding.
my question is that instead of holding 2 different town halls specifically for this, could we use the feedback which we get from the budget summit, not this one, the budget summit towards this program as well, instead of hosting a separate town hall?
So what you're trying to say is, so you want a budget summit and sort of a town hall in one.
Kind of, yeah. Or you use the feedback towards both.
Right.
Yeah.
Like have
Yeah.
1 town hall and 1 budget summit is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you could use the feedback from the budget summit also towards the program.
So we're hosting one town hall.
Yeah, I was just thinking for logistics reasons, hosting 2 events. is also-
That makes a lot of sense.
That makes a lot- that's a-
Yeah.
I feel
feel like that would be a really long day though, so how many hours would that would take?
I mean, I see hosting a town hall in like November and the budget summit in like January, right?
The budget summit last year was 2 years, right? It's not 2 hours, sorry.
It needs to be longer.
Yeah, so could be 3. This year.
Like 3 including.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thing?
And they're really kind of meld into each other. So
Yeah, I feel
I don't
like
think
they
there's
build
an
off
issue.
each
No,
other.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 2 completely separate things. So like last year was like 1, 2, maybe like 1, 4.
I'm just slapping dates on here, guys. How do we feel about this so far?
Could we do the annual citywide needs survey sooner? Because I feel like getting the opinions as soon as possible is always ideal.
We can always do it sooner. Please know the dates I put on here are exclusively the drop dead dates to do them. It's not specific to that, but and that is probably a perfect thing for whoever will be our outreach coordinator to help develop in conjunction. Perhaps there's an ad hoc committee set up, since it's a temporary item, where they develop survey questions, and then they bring that, hey, this is the survey we want to send out, maybe in November. And get it approved by the youth commission. The survey runs basically all through December, all through January, and we have all of that data come February. That might be a really good option as well. So,
So like before the budget summit, so then like after like the whole like budget summit town hall, so that like after you have like all the data.
yeah, the dates in here are just when we, not necessarily that we have to have them done in that month, yes.
Is this citywide survey different from the District 3 anymore?
So that's a great question. I actually think they should be the same. I think they should be the same. And I'm thinking that that's something, I mean, if that's something that you're particularly passionate about, maybe that's something you push to really participate on and really take charge in sort of leading the development.
Wait, I'm curious, what kind of like infrastructure did you use to push out your survey?
We
Like,
use Survey
because-
Monkey.
Survey Monkey? And like, did you like reach out to schools, clubs, etc.? Did you bring it to like their admin? Like, what was the main method of like getting it out there?
Yeah, I gave it to my YAC members and I also gave it to my school. I made flyers around my school, told my YAC members to put flyers around their school. And then I just,
So we
and
call
also
it
it's
that
in,
part of this.
Great.
yeah, it's in partnership with SJPL, so then SJPL also does a lot of outreach.
Cool.
I think, yeah, that. Okay. What are some other, let's take a look. So empower youth to pursue their careers, encourage, foster safe, inclusive, accessible environments. We can still do some of these. Made that longer. And this is done town hall forum, citywide summits outreach. So. Ugly. I'll format this. 'Cause it's ugly.
for the objective, do you mind if I add like
Feel free to add
increase?
this.
Okay.
Make sure you tell all your folks. So what I'm including here is stuff we had last year that just says this much nicer. It says all the same things, it's just a little bit prettier. Okay. So let's talk about the, so we have an older objective about promoting awareness about various issues and opportunities to San Jose youth. How do we want to embed the idea around policy specific to native plants? I'm going to just include green careers because I'm going to tell you right now, I know for a fact that that is at least 3 of the council members that sit on NSC are way into job opportunities, career building, educational resources. And I know that we will be able to have a lot of input in some of that stuff. So around the native plants, green careers, that kind of stuff. No, Vidal doesn't have to be the only one talking. You guys all know this stuff. And Nolan, I know that you wrote a policy on green careers, so I know you can contribute too. And that policy is in your folder. You guys can all pull it out, like all these policies are in your folders. Pull them out and read them.
Well, we said that we wanted to like work on cleanup of invasive species and programs.
Organize.
Yeah, and I think we have to like decide on different parts that we want to do these removal projects, and like I'm sure both of us can work on parts in District 10, and then the rest of the commissioners, if you know, if you have parts, like, I'm pretty sure you do, but then we can potentially create like a day-long event for a couple of hours to conduct these. I think aside from that, we will need funding like to obtain the native plants itself. So that's, I think, where the policy aspect comes in. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna collaborate with local organizations and city departments to launch an awareness campaign based in order to show the impact of environmental issues, including but not limited to invasive plant species. What else?
This sort of goes along with environmental, but maybe with trash.
But is that a policy or is it like Alex's project pickup?
It's like a project.
It's actually a citywide thing right now. It could be something like collaborate with Utify, SJ, and Youth Empowerment Alliance on, because although Youth Empowerment Alliance, they do the dumpster days and stuff, right?
Yeah, they do dumpster days and litter pickups. Usually they be doing it for litter pickups. I'm pretty sure they do it like once a year.
Mhm.
I mean, not litter pickup,
Once a month.
dumpster day. I
Yeah,
think it's like every once a year. I don't know. I need to remember. I need to check. But litter pickups is usually once a month.
okay.
I know that Mayor does a lot too, like he's out like every single Saturday
Yeah,
of the month, so like I feel like it's very easy to just like, cause he collaborates with you guys and like all of that too, so. I think he's like, this something that can come out.
And
Yeah.
then they also do food distribution too for like the community.
so we could do that, and that could be promotion about various issues and opportunities for San Jose youth. Invasive plant species. What specific, what other? I know there was a local organization the teacher was working with last year about food waste,
Oh,
home first.
no,
No,
something from,
yeah,
Hold on, let me.
I just want to give us like, it's including but not limited to. I wanted to give us, what?
Hunger at home.
Hunger at home, there we go. Because that's a big thing, all the food waste. And Hunger at Home, they actually cater. And they do it with all like food that they were able to rescue. Okay, collaborative movement. Card. System based. In litter pickups, dumpster days.
If this objective is all about environmental issues, can I reword the objective?
Yeah, please do.
Second.
Yeah, I think, I mean, yes, fellow commissioners, you guys.
What's your objective with in terms of the action? It's like, are we working to, okay, so it's a campaign of awareness to show environmental issues such as food waste, microplastics, and pollution. is that gonna lead young people to want to advocate more for environmental issues? Is that what we're getting at?
I mean, based on my understanding, it's like, first of all, education, like letting them know about all these problems. And then maybe at the end, we can like give them some opportunities that they can do to like advocate for these things. So it's like education and advocacy.
Yeah, the involvement, because I mean, just telling them, you should care about the environment, climate change, I mean, they know that, I mean, probably their parents are telling them that, but then getting them involved is the main thing. I mean, the closest issue that affects us all is wildfires, and some of these do affect wildfires, so that kind of involvement, I think, is
Yeah.
the end goal.
Sorry, kind of like building off of that, I'm not entirely sure what Hunger for Homes is. I think we can like go with that. But what would be really like actually impactful is like telling them about these problems and then telling them organizations that can help solve it. So that gives them like a wide variety of like environmental issues, and they can choose something that they really care about a lot. And then we can give them those sources to actually go and solve it. or help it.
And in that case, I mean, I think to inform is also a word that I think you might want to use in this context.
Oh, what's that?
To inform.
Yeah.
The word
yeah.
inform.
I agree. Also, build on top of that, I think there are a lot of solutions already, like in San Jose, and there is an awareness of what the problem is, but we need to scale up those solutions. To the,
I was thinking of like your public transportation idea, or just like focusing on public transportation and its intersection with like environmental, sustainability. Is that something you want to put in here? Does it fit?
Yeah, but how much can we do? about
Right.
that realistically?
Oh,
Like, what percentage of youth are driving? And we can't just like, say we're gonna cut back on fossil fuels.
right.
transportation, oh, sorry, you can read your.
Sorry, I think that a lot of what you were talking about was passing policy about native species, right? But
Yeah.
if we actually want to go out in the community, I think one thing we could do is that I know a lot of schools have like spare. So if we can maybe invite like clubs to help us and if they like, or maybe planting or pickup or whatever it might be, that might be an idea. Spares, yeah, it's like, I don't know what it stands for exactly, but I know there are a lot of like environmentalist
Yeah.
clubs at schools, so if we can maybe like bring those on and do like an actual hands-on event, that might be an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. I think that's a good idea as well, because I know a lot of schools have like small gardens, but as well as like, I know in my area especially, there's like huge community gardens that are pretty much everywhere. So we can like talk about obviously like having native plants are important, and then also bring up the fact that it's good to have community gardens and fields, so we can like.
How many of you guys have like school gardens, like with native plants, or like those intentionally planted?
Yeah, my middle school has a small garden, so does my high school, but they both like died out because no one takes care of them.
Yeah.
But it's something like, I think our school does like have a garden club where they used to garden it, but now they don't. So I think that can be something that we can.
Right. Yeah, like we don't have anything either. It's like what I just said.
Yeah, my school has a garden and I worked on it like with a club, but I don't know what will happen to it after
After you leave.
I go. Yeah, but
Right.
I mean, hopefully someone will be there.
So like collaborating with school clubs and maybe like encouraging the creation of school gardens. Right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Is it possible to actually like collaborate with schools? Is they can do it training?
I do recall that like the schools are not within city jurisdiction, right? So you can do an awareness campaign and collaborate with schools. You can't mandate that they.
I bought this one because I knew it was gonna be cold.
Okay.
T, I don't know if you guys can put that thing after the semicolon, the last semicolon. I don't think that fits in there.
Okay.
You can say underserved or marginalized voices, I think, or underserved or marginalized populations,
Understood.
youth populations. I just think that works. I think if we put the word home, like, word homelessness has its own,
Connotation.
yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, but yes, I agree with what you're saying.
No. Yeah, I agree too.
Yes, sorry. No, I don't try.
I have another, I will get it to you. Can I email you a copy? Or when I want.
Put on the
I will drive over a copy to you. Don't worry. I will get you a. I understand. I will get you a copy, I promise. Even if I have to drive it over to you like later. Okay, I'm so sorry. Yeah. And then this is the thing.
But I think everyone like
No,
part
we
is
still have to vote. We're not done writing the, like. Well, yeah, they're allowed to.
Yeah, just say out.
No, go sit.
Wait,
Go
she's
sit.
Go.
Do I say it?
I guess, yeah, you're a chair.
Like right now?
Yeah.
Call for recess.
Wait, okay, is there a second to call for recess?
I second that.
Okay,
All
all in favor of recess?
Why are you saying it, Andrew?
Hold on,
Wait,
sorry.
hold on.
Hang on. Who called for recess, please?
The chair called for recess.
Who was the one motion?
Who made the motion for the recess?
Was it me?
The chair did.
Yes,
I seconded the motion.
Second.
seconded by Andrew.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against?
Nay, I know, aye.
Any abstentions? Okay.
Thank you.
That's ordered.
Okay, so I changed it a little. And let me explain why. So we really need to be considerate of the scope of our work plan, as it will really describe a lot of the stuff going forward. As much as we want it to be vast, we do need to consider that we can achieve more through more specific avenues. So I changed it. Remember how I showed you guys the Housing Commission's work plan? They had the topic and the specific things that are associated with each topic and the due date. We can do something very similar, but so instead of arranging it by objective, which objectives can be very broad and encompass a lot of things, we can get very granular and we can call these our 2 topics that we plan on focusing on for the year. The main one being develop a plan to develop a youth participatory budget program pilot. And these are the objectives that we will, or the actions we will take underneath that, to gather youth input, convey youth priorities, and to implement a city budget session. And then the other one can be to inform and cultivate environmental advocacy among youth and upscale existing environmental solutions. The actions being that we will collaborate with local organizations around various issues, specifically invasive plant species, et cetera, collaborate with 2 other city department programs, and collaborate with school clubs and encourage creation and preservation of other gardens. Is there?
For the first objective, underneath actions, do we also want to put an action to like submit like a final like recommendation to the like mayor or city council, or is that kind of included in like gather youth? Like underneath action, or I guess.
We can make that our whole topic. Submit a recommendation to develop a youth participatory budget program pilot.
Right. Okay. And that's done by April. April's like final deadline.
Yeah, because I know specifically for the managers, the MBA's managers budget addenda that are considered when finalizing the budget, we need it in by the very beginning of May. So having us finish this by April, I think is helpful in being able to do that.
October, I honestly go earlier.
March?
April, March, because you want to make sure that, I assume you'd be submitting it through the MBA, the library
Yep.
department. But it might be a joint message with like a city manager's office or another office that might require additional collaboration and time. That's a good point.
Yeah, we will. So every memo does have to be seen by the city for in particular things that go to city council, usually looked over by the city manager's office, and they all have to go through the budgeting department. And they will look at that, especially if what we are asking for is budget. That's something that will definitely have to be collaborated on with those other city departments.
And it really depends on where you're asking for the pilot to live. If you're asking for it to live in city manager's office or asking it to live in library or some other department, you'll have to work through their process as well. If that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes, one thing, the 3rd bullet point of the first topic, is this during the summit?
Right, where?
For the 3rd bullet point, during the, it says like during the summit.
Oh. During the budget summit. I would also put under I would put under the second bullet point, under like letters, social media. Miss Amanda was here on Friday. Might have mentioned, I don't know if she mentioned to you all, that she's going to do a budget study session on college and career readiness programs, and it might be good to add this information in there. A budget study session is where a bunch of council members basically get together and talk through various budget ideas. And that is slated to happen in the fall. So we might be a good thing to.
We just put budget study sessions in there.
So just so I'm clear, it would be the citywide scissor that we've done for the last like,
Yeah, but we do it earlier.
yeah, so we'll be changing the date from spring to fall. Okay. And that traditionally has come out of District 3.
Something that's on so the youth commission powered, and I said it's like, quite possibly developing an ad hoc around the development of those survey questions and presenting that for past, we've had a youth commission for it to go out. If that's something that's of interest, you can request the chair that should be put on that committee. How does everyone feel about this? This is much shorter than what we've done in previous years, but it's much more focused. So what we can do now is then we can take other committee and the city road, other committee work plans, the city roadmaps, and we can sort of cross-reference it so that things that are connected to these items, we can provide input, recommendation, make sure that those city departments are giving presentations to youth commission as well, and write policy to support and or advise on those items. So this would be our work plan. This first one, this is a big one. This is a big ask, writing something that, so we got asked October last year about the change in ages or exploring adding different youth seats and whatnot, and that took up most of the year is figuring out a lot of those items. And then we can work on the individual work plans one-on-one and kind of figure out what you guys want to do in your acts to support some of this work, as well as other individual work that you're passionate about.
Clarifying question. So this, when we're doing things as a commission, we're going to be limited to what's in this work in the future. Is that right?
No. Here's why. We can actually always amend and submit this work plan to be, we can always change the work plan. Work plans aren't static. So if for some reason, let's say something happens and there is a large push to focus on awareness of safety and gun violence campaigns or something to that effect. You guys that are very passionate about this and you want to change the work plans to sort of change some of that focus because something has happened and that is what we need to do. That's something that we can change at one of our meetings, vote to pass. It does have to go through the cycle to be accepted again, but we can always change that. But in terms of what we will specifically advise on and recommend, what council manager's office are required to refer to the youth commission is limited to the scope of this work plan. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Questions? Thoughts? Any changes we want to make?
On the topic of the assault training program, are we going to further explore how we can navigate around that? So there would be an impact if we actually try to mitigate in that area.
You gotta be just a little bit louder, Megan. I'm sorry. So once
Yeah.
again,
So for the assault training program and how it was worded pretty highly, is there a way we could work around it, like you said, in terms of wording so that we can leave an impact?
I wonder if you would explore the landscape a little bit more, and do like a landscape map so you can understand the current city supports and county supports, like where those two things overlap. I would also suggest, currently right now, it's not mandatory for any commissions to have any sexual assault awareness training or sexual harassment training. Maybe that's something that you want to recommend or mandate, even just for this body
We could actually put that as a topic.
right?
So that could be,
Does that make sense? Is that a little bit more
Yeah,
clear? Because
that-
there's, I know for myself, I'm not sure of like where then.
the line is very
Yeah.
blurred. But the topic could be, you know, explore.
And understand.
It could be explore and understand the. So explore and understand the relationship between. I'm trying to think of what to say, like, explore and understand the relationship between. So it's very tricky. I don't know if it's you want to explore and understand the relationship between schools, county, you know, sexual harassment
Yeah, I
training.
would say it's, sexual harassment and sexual assault, services for youth in the city of San Jose and Santa Clara County.
I had a quick question.
Understand supports.
Do we have like the power to be able to recommend to schools to have that training be mandatory? Or is that something out of our jurisdiction?
I think also, when I think about county supports, I think there's various nonprofits, I think there's a county office of domestic violence. That would also be really helpful, just to understand what the state laws are, what the county laws are, and where we can best lend support and where we can,
Yeah.
where we have influence jurisdiction.
So there is victim support services, like there is a lot of stuff available at the county level. But you could possibly explore, what do they have at the county level that maybe we can use as a support to mimic at a city level, specifically for youth? And we could just consider this sort of like an exploratory research topic. Whereas this, we are trying to create something, this, we are participating in something, and this could be, we are exploring and researching topics. It is things that are of interest to you. Does that make sense? Is this something that you guys want to add?
Great, so as less of an action item, it would barely belong on here.
I mean,
So I think you could also say conduct research and hold relevant like information sessions or a town hall. I'm thinking of the YWCA, which has a variety of dating violence information and.
that's what I was thinking. Conduct research. There is a here.
Yeah, you might want to do that. Exactly, yeah.
Collaborate with local city departments to and support awareness campaigns. Yeah. Invite you in order to show around issues of sexual harassment and assault. Around issues including but not limited to. So that's what we can do.
And the YWCA has schools, clubs in schools that focus on these issues, so maybe it's supporting them in some way.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the avenue.
Yeah, this. And so. What do we think of that?
This is an improvement and it also makes sense in terms of an action item.
So what this also requires, so by putting this in our work plan, that means, you know, different things. So they hold, and I have it's on the Q calendar, on the 13th, there is a tech team meeting that's formerly the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force. It's now the Youth Empowerment Alliance. It is a gathering of police around the city from different sections around the city, people directly involved in different violence initiatives throughout, or you know, reducing violence initiatives throughout the city. It's all youth focused, and it is about supporting youth to, you know, to be out of, you know, cyclical patterns of violence or crime and stuff like that. And they host this meeting. It is a great place for you guys to speak and talk about, but it could be that when they give their report, which they did last year, right before us in May, maybe they share their findings with us, the Youth Commission. So that's what that's asking, is that they also have to share what they know about youth and their services they provide with the Youth Commission. So that is what that is guaranteeing. So I think this is a great third thing to add. I think this touches on the main priorities that you guys all discussed today. How do we feel about this?
Looks good to me.
Yeah.
Chair? Dream Chief.
Is there a motion to accept this work plan, for the work plan to be on the next meeting's consent calendar?
Sorry, Commissioner Singh.
Any second? Oh,
Commissioner
sorry.
Gonzalez, any-
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously.
A lot of it, guys. To where my brain just tapped out and I went, not Lizzie.
Hell, it's an amazing because it is a lot and it's a different type of work plan than we've ever done with the commission in the last 3 years, so.
Okay. The time is now. I'm gonna share again. Unless you want to, I'll share. Okay, we're getting there, you guys. Chair, can you get us to the next spot?
We will be moving to item 5B, Youth Commission Chair and Vice Chair election.
Yes. Really quick, I'm gonna be interrupting right here. You, please forgive me, Chair. I also put on here communications officer and an outreach officer election. So just so you know, I think we should go ahead and elect and select people who want to be in those roles. They will not be official until the bylaws have been accepted and officially changed. Okay? So, but I think if we want, we should go ahead and do that. So at least those positions can begin the work, like developing an outreach plan and working on the social media and stuff like that. Just gonna FYI, so it's gonna go chair, vice chair, communications officer, and outreach officer. The way this is gonna work, Chair Pro Tem is going to open the floor for nominations. Nominate. We will close nominations. Each nomination will receive 1 minute to speak and give a speech. We will then have Ananya. Can you see the slips of paper? Ananya will pass out the slips of paper to everyone. Everyone will write down the name of the person they're going to vote for. We will call out and we will read out the votes, majority wins. Then we'll move on to vice chair, same process. Then we'll move on to communications officer, same process, and outreach officer, same process until we are done. If there is a tie, because we do have an even amount of commissioners here today, because Neha had to leave early. If there is a tie, the vote will occur again until the tie is broken. That is what I read.
Is there any discussion? Do you go back to the?
I mean, I could, yeah, no, I could see going back and us offering like 30-second rebuttal speeches, if you will.
Yes.
So we will implement that if that is okay with the chair, yes?
Okay, first of all, I have like 2 questions.
Yes,
Can I run for 2 positions?
I'm very sorry. No, it's gotta be one position.
Okay, and also if, oh crap, sorry. Okay, if I.
Actually, you know, it's not written in the bylaws. Yeah.
If you don't get a certain position, you can run for.
Yeah,
one half.
so this is the deal. So
No,
let's,
That's not the issue, then my question is like, okay, so if I, if there's nobody running for outreach, and I as a communications director would have to like, if I would have to like take on that responsibility. But like, that's kind of like 2 roles, then I wouldn't want to be 5. Does that make sense? So that's like 3 things.
so
like, I
this is
can't
something to
go back.
consider with the bylaws. So that is something to think about with those bylaws. Actually, the bylaws, if I'm not mistaken, do not say you can hold. Can we conduct the commission's annual retreat or the first meeting expiring the terms shall serve at the pleasure of the commission during the terms of office may be removed. Vacancies. Communications hour should cease to be a member or if any other. There is nothing in the bylaws that say you can't run for 2 positions.
They just can't be chair and vice chair.
Yeah, you just can't be chair and vice chair. It actually doesn't say that.
I think logic would prevail.
Yeah, elections shall be conducted or the first meeting of the chair or shall serve at the pleasure. Actually doesn't say that. But yeah, but logic will dictate that. So I guess if you want to run for multiple positions, let's say you win chair, but you also want to be the outreach officer. First, God bless you. Second of all, like you really have to that's do consider that. But that is also something your other commissioners should consider as well, like that. But I don't see anything that says you cannot do 2.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Yes.
You see the comment, you just felt there. And then his or her, and then-
Oh my God. I would. Well, I don't know why it's spelled it. No, it's not correctly here.
It's the space, you need the space between the and
Yeah, there we, well, now I just. made it.
Changes just doesn't think.
Yeah, track changes is weird. Yes. Okay, we will hold elections until you get back. So I recommend you, like the wind. Yep. No. Okay. Yeah, so we gotta wait a minute. Are there any other questions? I guess you could run for chair. See, this is the thing though. If you ran for chair and you won chair and then you're like, I want vice chair as well. I like to think your fellow commissioners will be like, no. So, I mean, that's what logic dictates, but there's technically nothing in the bylaws that says you can't hold 2 officer positions. And just so you know, communications director is, communications officer is, yeah, so that's things to know. Apparently Laura forgot her water bottle.
Nagging all day.
Okay, all right, I need to wait. Okay, all right. Okay. Chair, would you like to open nominations? Yeah.
For chair.
Yes, who's nominating Who would like to nominate themselves for chair? Are there any other nominations for chair? Andrew, do you accept the nomination for chair?
I do.
Any other nominations for chair? You can nominate other people. You can nominate yourself. Going once, going twice. Somebody make a motion for those nominations.
Motion close nominations.
I
Okay, so those are the two names. Commissioner Wang, would you like to make the first speech? You can stand up here.
Okay.
If you would like to make a speech.
Okay.
You have approximately a minute.
If I go over, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Just go ahead, get started.
So hi, everyone. My name is Dietra Huang, and I'm the District 3 Youth Commissioner. I think you should vote for me for chair because of my experience and time commitment. To begin with, this is my second year as a commissioner. I've been on the D3 YAC for 5 years. As a result, I am very familiar with the responsibilities of being a commissioner. I've passed 4 policy memorandums, such as policies relating to gender-neutral bathrooms, public safety, paid leave, and zoning. Second, and most importantly, I have the time to dedicate myself to being chairperson and time to commit to you. The Youth Commission is my main extracurricular and priority. I will dedicate my time to helping you all with your policy proposals and your events, whether that means responding to texts, emails, helping recruit for your district-specific events, and peer reviewing your policy proposals. With these in mind, please vote for me to have a chairperson who can fully commit to helping all of us. Thank you.
Andrew, would you like to make a 1-minute speech?
Yes.
It was just like 1 minute, 5 seconds. So. All right.
Coming from a low-income community, I've had to work my way through these positions, getting to the place where I am now as a minority and a person coming from a low-income background. I've experienced things that a lot of people have not. That's what makes me unique to this role. I bring valuable experience in terms of life. I'm here for you, and consider one thing that I do want you guys to consider is beyond the chair, being the leader of a meeting, what do you guys value most? Do you want someone that listens to you, that can help you, that can think things through with you? I can do that. I had 3 years of experience on this commission, and in each one, I've led an effort for something. Thank you.
Now, Ananya has passed out a slip of paper to everyone. If you could please write the name, I have their names right up there if you don't know how to spell them, of the commissioner you would like to be your chair. Ananya, can you go collect them, please?
Make sure to fold it up.
Yeah, fold it in half, please.
What's going on?
So Ananya's gonna come around, put your slip on the plate. For collection plate, right? You wanna put $5 in there too.
Yeah. Wait for the heart rate to
Oh,
Every week.
I mean, like, you still haven't got it.
Just more for 50.
Oh.
Okay. Nobody else is for us. And nobody else is for me. One for Deetra, two for Deetra. Three for Deetra. One for Andrew. Two for Andrew. Four for Deetra. Five for Deetra. One more and Deetra wins. Six for Deetra. So Deetra, you were chair. All right. Ananya's gonna come around. Well, let's see if we need to do this vote next. All right. Vice chair election, open for nominations.
I nominated.
Yeah, Bensal. Any other nominations? Nolan, any other nominations? Going once, going twice, third time. All right, nomination for close of nominations, or motion to close nominations.
Commissioner Liu motions to close nomination. Commissioner Gonzalez, the second them.
Okay. All those in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Sorry.
Nope, keep them open. Okay. 1 minute speech, if you would like to go ahead. I will time you.
Oh, who, me?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
first. Sorry. It's also in number order.
Oh, okay.
It is quite chilly in here. It like, I think it's because all the bodies look the building. All right, ready?
Okay, yeah.
Set, go.
Okay, hi guys, I'm Amia, and this is my second year in the commission. I'm also the communications director, and I've made, single-handedly, I have increased youth engagement, I like to think, and I have made an impact on this commission. I'm also very responsive. I'm always on my phone, so if you text me, I will definitely respond. I would like to think that the commission is my first priority, so if you ever need anything, I will definitely be here. And I would love to be a vice chair this year to just, I don't know, just get to know everybody more and be more involved on a higher level. So yeah, vote for me.
All right, Nolan, go.
City of San Jose is my home. It's where I made my first friend, learned to ride a bike, and figured that my favorite cuisine is Italian. It's also where I had my family torn apart right in front of me and was raised by a single mom, as well as enduring multiple surgeries. The Youth Commission is my priority. It's been mine for the past 3 years. I have been a policy aide and intern for my district council office for the past summer, and I am knowledgeable about the current trajectory of the city of San Jose, as well as what needs to be improved and preserved in this beautiful city. I have done project management with a Canadian bank for a Gen Z perspective. I've been part of my YAG for the past 2 years, and this will be my first year as a commissioner and third year with the city. I have also been on the board of a nonprofit that helps fundraisers, but most importantly, I promise to listen to all of your perspectives, as it is us, as youth commissioners, who will give the best opinions to enriching this youth commission and to represent all of the city of San Jose. So please consider me for vice chair of the youth commission.
All been given a slip of paper. Please write down the name of the commissioner you wish to nominate for your vice chair. Fold it up. Again, Ananya will be around with the plate, accepting ties. Yeah.
There are 10,000 people who get in my workout.
Can you validate this? Does anybody else need validation, parking validation? Oh. Told you. are 10. Yeah.
90.
1 for Nolan, 2 for Nolan, 1 for Amia. That is a big piece of paper. That's 2. That's because that's 2. No, it's 2 pieces of paper. It is just 1 for Amia. 2 for Amia. 3 for Nolan. Who did this?
That was all though.
No, I don't want to read all of them. Three for Amia. Yeah, stand here and you got it.
Out of this room. I don't think I should be here anymore.
4 for Amia. 4 for Nolan.
No.
5 for Amia. That's how it happened our first year. And 5 for Nolan. We vote again. You guys get another 30 seconds.
No way.
You guys get another 30 seconds to make your pitch. Yeah.
Also do a fun one.
Yeah, we'll also do it that more.
No, because I have terrible handbrake.
So, yeah, we vote again. We vote until something changes. If you want to make another 30-second, like another quick pitch for why you believe you've earned this role, you may. I am not opposed to dirty campaigning. No, like I'm just.
Everyone gets free soda.
Yeah.
At a free general meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, no one's mom's cooking. My mom will bring cookies to every meeting if you make.
She actually said that.
I know. So if you guys want to give a rebuttal speech, you can just stand there and do it if you want.
Okay, I also kind of forgot to mention that I'm an intern for the mayor and I will be an intern for the chiefs of staff. So I think I also have a pretty good idea of what's going on in city politics. And I do plan on taking the knowledge I've learned from this summer and putting it into the commission to see what I can do to better our youth community. That's San Jose.
Do I have to make a rebuttal?
If you want, otherwise, no, you don't.
I don't think I have anything.
Okay. All right. If that's all, we're going to revote once you get your slip of paper. I will come around and get your papers because I'm making poor Nanya walk around a lot. Oh my gosh, it's falling. These float away. That's enough time. I wasn't even doing one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, 1 for Nolan, 1 for Amia. 2 for Nolan. That's the smallest handwriting. 2 for Amia. 3 for Nolan. 4 for Nolan. 3 for Amia. 5 for Nolan. 5, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Nolan. 4 for Amia. We're split again.
Oh my God.
Can I just rock, paper, scissors?
No, I'm not betting my. That's so dumb.
So what I'm going to recommend we do right now, we will return to this. Let us move on to the next election for communications and outreach, and then we will revisit this, okay? Oh, you should call up Neha. Okay, it might be where we push it off until our next meeting too. That might be an option as well.
We can't have
It is a
2
tiebreaker.
vice chair.
No to co-vice chair. Yeah. All right, communications officer election. Would anyone like to be nominated for the communications
I
officer?
nominate myself.
Would anybody else like to be nominated for the communications officer? 1, 2, 3.
So
So closing nominations.
Motion to, Commissioner Liu moves to close nomination. Commissioner Musgrave seconds. All in favor?
Amia, you win.
Thank you.
Outreach officer. Nominations.
Okay, so if nobody nominates themselves, and who gets that power?
It's gonna be empty.
Oh, so do you want like me to do that?
That's a big, there's so,
Bingo.
what?
Hiding to.
Yes, I know. So it remains empty, but so there's something to consider. So the communications outreach is actually a role divided between 2 people at the San Francisco Youth Commission. So this time it's kind of the same. It'll be a role between 2 people here at the San Jose Commission. We're just giving you guys each separate titles. So that's something that you could do. You want to be outreach? That wasn't a question, that was just me, a confirmation of what you said. Okay, outreach officer, any other nominations for outreach officer? This is a new role, it's gonna be a cool role. One, 2, 3, okay. Move to close nominations. Why are we so goofy right now? It's that time. Nolan, you win. Okay. So shall we revisit the vice chair election? Would either of you like to make a rebuttal statement? Now that you both have other commission roles, there are 11 of you. The idea that it is the same 3 people doing all of these roles is crazy to me, you guys. You understand what I am saying.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that this is a commitment.
We open nominations.
We may open nominations.
We can also reread the description.
Yeah. The vice chair, you have to attend the meetings and basically you step in for the chair. I ask that you be at the agenda meetings. And I ask that you participate in those things. And then the same goes with so outreach and communications, your role is just that. So outreach, you help develop an outreach plan and you help to do outreach in the community. It's pretty simple. It's like, okay, we want to host a park pickup. Hey guys, I found out about all these park pickups. And you share that information. Same with communications. You know, you want something promoted on social media, you send it to the communications officer. Vice chair, you basically, you sit in for, if the chair is sick and cannot attend, that is your opportunity to run the meeting. We have a former vice chair here. She can talk about her role if you want. But so do we want to reopen nominations or do we want to revisit this at the August 28th meeting where we should have a full commission to have a tie-break vote? Are there motions either way?
Motion, Commissioner Lowe motions to revisit this at the next general meeting.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions?
Extension.
So we will add this to the agenda. Yes. Yes, we hopefully at least have an odd number. Okay. All right, and then finally, go back to your paper.
Item 6, the next commission meeting will be August 28th, 2023. At 6:30 p.m.
And it will, the current plan is it for to be at council chambers?
Yes.
Okay.
Any motions to adjourn? Any seconds? Commissioner Lynn seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Any abstentions? Okay.
Yay!
Oh, 4:30.
Okay, but now that we're out, we can